Hey Boris, thanks for the resubscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just kind of hanging out here working on system stuff today. I'm kind of working in another monitor and kind of hanging out a little bit. Playing some games. This game's pretty much done. I just have to finish it up. So as soon as this game's done, I will not be playing it anymore. So that's what we got going here. So if you guys have any questions about Linux or system stuff, let me know. Boris said you wouldn't know what to do without Prologue. This game is called Nomad Idle. It's just a little like $10 game on Steam, and it's just it's a little idle time waster. You don't really have to play it; it just sits there. I think I started it last Friday. It's basically I'm pretty much near the end right now, so it's just me just burning time now. Trying to beat the last like 5 levels of the game. Have been smoking my guys, so I switched to a different guy to try to see if I could block it. So, yeah, Brotato's kind of it's a nice little time waster when you have like 5-10 minutes to run, and then some runs take a little longer, take about 20-25 minutes. But no, this game's just one of those ones that can sit in the background and not really do much. So, but we had some good talks yesterday. We were walking through systems security. We did a lot with like TCP dump yesterday, so I was showing you guys around that. I do have to start prepping for this next week's course where we're going to be doing patching and system security stuff. So we kind of got that to play with a little bit. Yeah. So we have that going. We always have a whole bunch of what am I thinking here? We always have a good amount of stuff happening in the Discord for people that want to hang out down there, talk shop, all that good stuff. Yeah, this week. So if we come over here, this week in the admin course should be the start of. So the first 4 weeks of the admin course heavily hit. Just like the basics, like the stuff that like is probably review for a lot of people, and then the admin course switches over to a little more. I don't want to say a little more advanced stuff, but it starts to be a little more challenging. I think, yeah, we start to deal with like adding users and groups to systems. Maybe that's still a little bit of fundamental stuff, but it's stuff that I think is really good if you're not already working in the professional space. There, and then we talk a little bit about escalating privileges and scanning and those kind of things. I think this might be the one. Let me see this week. Is this the one that has you guys go and try to get into some of the systems? It looks like it's mostly group stuff. Yeah, so it's mostly group and permission stuff for this week still. And then we start getting into firewalls and stuff. So yeah, so this week's stuff is I'd say still pretty benign, pretty user-based stuff, but it starts to get a little more advanced as we go through the course. So, should be good. On the security side of things, though, this next week we're getting into like patching and systems management type stuff that deals not with like anybody can just patch one system, right? Like everybody's patched their own desktop or their own system or whatever, but we're talking like enterprise patching, like full environments and pulling that stuff down and like controlling, I would say controlling everything around just a whole environment, right? Like maybe even hundreds or thousands of Linux servers. How do we make sure that those all come out the same way every time? That kind of stuff. Also, it looks like Ranger's pretty pooped out downstairs there. So that's Ranger for you. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out today, working on stuff. I got a lot of stuff I'm doing in my other windows, so I'm kind of just co-working while we're hanging out. Yeah, Ranger's definitely idling. Colcus, how's it going? You ready for your... Oh, wait, let's see. Is Bash thing... Oh, we should pull that up, actually. The Bash thing is Saturday. Okay, if you guys don't know, there's a whole bunch of group stuff in the Discord, and I think on Saturdays there's the big Bash study group. Yeah, that'll be on Saturdays. There's a Linux study group tonight for people that need help in the Linux admin course. Maybe you're just trying to catch up and that kind of stuff. You guys have that option. Yeah, but there's a lot going on. Saturday night, we're going to do Linux practice questions. So for people that have never been through an interview or need help getting themselves some skills in interviews, I'm going to give you guys, anybody that wants to come down, 10 minutes in the hot seat, where you answer questions and you talk about yourself, and we start to evaluate a little bit about, how much you feel you understand the technology, maybe how well you understand interview skills, that kind of stuff. We're going to work on that stuff a little bit too. Colcus, you're doing redirection this week? Nice. That's super useful. Understanding where things are going, very important for getting better at scripting for sure. Sending Grounds will be there this week. Nice. Yeah. We need to get Sending Grounds more involved. He used to stream a lot. We need to get him streaming more. They had a baby a while back, and it's been a little more hit or miss for him since then to get to different events. So. Yeah, so this is Unit 4 for security right now. Yeah, the focus of this week was bastions, air gapping, and jailing. So those like 3 concepts. And then security this week will be on Saturday like normal, and it will be around there's two major components to it. One is, what does it look like to patch a bunch of systems, right? Like, what do we need to do? What are some checks to do up front? And I'll show you guys that kind of stuff, because I think that's super valuable to understand. And then the other part of it will be controlling repositories, which is the real thing that kind of I don't want to say like separates the men from the boys, but it's definitely the thing that separates the enterprise from the just normal user. The normal user can just literally, like, I could just update my Linux or Windows boxes right now, and I don't care if they have different patches and stuff. But in the enterprise, we absolutely do care, and we have to control those things. We have to be zealots about it. We have to be zealous, right? Like, we have to control it in a fanatical way, because if we don't, our names are stamped on a bunch of servers that are shit that aren't going to be able to work for people. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Over on the YouTube side, possible to do a session on SELinux and SELinux booleans. We probably could. We talk about that a little bit in the admin course, but that's definitely something like when we do our our Saturday meetings and stuff. If people ask about them, we'll go over it for sure. We do have a set of SELinux enabled systems for you to mess with too. Atticus. Yeah, I try to go daily. I try to at least get on here. I've been trying to do some more co-working sessions. I'm waiting for some accesses on a government project I'm working on, so it gives me a little more leeway to be here while I'm still co-working. I'm still on other projects and stuff, but at least I can be kind of hanging out with you guys and answering questions and stuff like that while we're kind of hanging out. Never fear, you're doing the CKAD? Nice. How is your, did you ever do your CKA first? Or are you just jumping right into CKAD first? The reason I ask is I did my CKA and then I did my CKAD about 3 weeks later. And I think they're tremendous. I think there's only about 15% difference between them. Yeah, CKAD, definitely you need to know your Helm charts and your differences. Like, they can ask you questions. They asked me questions about bringing, so because of the way that the API calls are supported inside of Kubernetes, you have to be able to, the way API calls are supported in Kubernetes is any change is back, I guess you would say like back, I want to say back ported, but that's not the right word. It's regression tested for up to 3 versions. So what that means is if a version of like your deploy is older than 3 versions back from the version of the Kubernetes cluster that you're on, you have to update it. And there's ways to update it, and they kind of expect you to know how to do that on the CKAD test. Like they'll give you a version of something and say, hey, this is, when I did it, I think I was on like 1.27 or something, or 1.27. And they go, hey, this is from like 1.21, bring it up to be a working version and then deploy it. That was like the question was something to that effect. And it was actually pretty easy. It was just like, I basically just took it, I deployed it with the current version with a, -o, the dry run equals client -o YAML, output it, and then just switch the values, which is a perfectly acceptable way to do it. Yeah. So you need to know your dry run client, and they changed that. It used to be --dry -run equals client, and I think now it's like just --dry run. Yeah, they switched it to be an easier command than it used to be as far as like remembering it. I think it's just --dry run right now, something like that. Like they've made that command much smaller, much more, because it used to have options in it. Yeah. And see, that's some of those things are the ones that I don't even know, because I, did my CKA almost 3 years ago, and my CKAD. But I don't know if I'll refresh them, because high performance compute space is always wanting to go that route, but never fully going that route. So the workloads are always like getting ready for that, but not necessarily going over that way. So it's kind of interesting little things. So. Yeah, Atticus, if you want to come to the thing on Saturday night, just pop in there. I think we have 3 or 4 people say they're coming, and then I'm trying to get 1 or 2 more of my engineers, like the people that have been doing this longer, to come and be part of the interview process. Like people that have been in the industry, people that have given interviews before. I want those guys to come out and ask you guys questions if they will, Yeah, I actually think HPC benefits from people being a little bit older. And what I mean by that is like you've been around, you've seen some stuff, and then high performance compute tends to focus on 2 things. I mean, we get new hardware, so we're always building the fastest stuff, but we tend to err heavily on the side of like stability, and I almost want to say like caution. So it actually ends up being, I think a lot of the older engineers that aren't trying to just implement the newest stuff tend to actually do well in the in that space. Miss Sapphire and Colchis, thanks for being here. Colchis, I saw you earlier, but yeah, I'd love to make it, but I'm asleep by then. Yeah. I only set it that late, so normally on the weekends I'm pretty busy. I got a lot of family stuff and then other stuff, but this weekend, the wife is going Saturday night. She's going, not even Saturday night, like Saturday during the day. She's going to a scrapbooking retreat with one of her friends. One of her friends that she's known for like 30 years started getting, so they go to scrapbook retreats now with her and that friend, but then that girl is starting to do her own. So it's like, well, yeah, you got to support your friend when they're doing some like new endeavor. So, that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, they fucking cool, because she's got a whole room in the house for scrapbooking. Trust me though, man. Yeah, I get the house to myself. Yeah, which means I'm just going to hang out on my computers the whole time. So we're going to just work on Linux questions for people. Probably keep prepping I'll probably start prepping then for week 6 of the course. 6 and 7 are going to be interesting, because I'm going to have you guys pulling information from the local system. And that'll be good, I think. I think those will be some good labs for you guys. So, yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah, the wife and her scrapbooking, she's very fond of it. Got a whole room in the house dedicated to scrapbooking. But that's okay. I got a whole room in my house dedicated to computers. So, that's good too. Well, actually I have 2, because I have my office and then I have my server room, which is where the infamous activities this weekend happened, where the servers got unplugged because why would a plug be plugged in a wall socket? ridiculous. But yeah, anyways, we're just hanging out, not working too hard right now. Listening to our little bongo drums or whatever this is on our sound. I think this is the one of you guys really likes. Down tempo serenade. So yep, game's almost done. Not gonna be playing this game anymore once I beat it, and then just keep working on some other stuff. Yeah, that's true, Boris. There's never enough time for everything. Oh, we got our kind of little Bastion host right there. I got more stuff to work on there. I'm gonna streamline that process. Maybe I'll do that this week on stream. Probably on a night stream when I'm not working in another window. I'm gonna streamline that, and I'm gonna make that login process better for people. And then after that, I might even modify the way that we do logins in general. So there'll be some interesting stuff going around that. Actually use Ansible for good for once. No more using Ansible for evil. I'm just kidding. Well, I've seen Jenkins over at AAA. There was about 200 Jenkins instances still running, one per dev team for the most part. Sometimes more, but no, I don't think Jenkins is dead. I think people are still using it. It's still got tie-ins. There's tie-ins with AWS and Azure back to Jenkins workflows. But you got to remember, Jenkins is like anything. It's just it's a tool that can kick stuff off. It can interface with a lot of other tools through plugins or API calls. Yeah, I know people personally who still have jobs doing 100% Jenkins on the. They're called SRE roles or DevOps roles, but they're still doing 100% Jenkins behind the hood, behind the little curtain or whatever you want to call it. So I don't think Jenkins is dead yet, no. At least that I've seen. Maybe people aren't deploying. It's kind of probably like we were talking about Puppet and Chef, and somebody even mentioned Salt the other day, and it's like, oh yeah, they still exist, but nobody's deploying them. Like AWS has officially ended the support for AWS OpsWorks to do Puppet and Chef, and if they did that, that means it must be really, really dead around there. And then there's this company for people that care about like where the technology is going. There's this company called Gartner, and what Gartner does is they do they have a thing called the Magic. They have a whole bunch of evaluations they do, but they ask like CIOs and CEOs and people like that, mostly in tech space, like what's your company running and how much are you adopting this type of tech, and then they evaluate, and they have this thing called the Magic Quadrant, which is the technology capable and is it innovative, and you want to be in the top right quadrant of that, right? And that's what's called the Magic Quadrant. Well, anyways, like as technologies start to fade away, they go down into kind of the bottom left quadrant of not being as adopted, not being as whatever. And they've mostly dropped, some of those tools down there as far as nobody's using it. Yeah, Boris, you've probably seen the quadrant. We could pull up 30 of them right now around all kinds of. Like Gartner just basically asks a bunch of people a bunch of things and just gathers it all up. I find them very useful. I have quite a few managers over the years that would actually go to the Gartner conferences. And then most companies will pay to have like Gartner for their executives. I never had it because I'm an engineer for the sake of being an engineer, so I don't even necessarily like care that much about what other people are doing, but I do kind of like to see where the industry's going. So when people send me that stuff, you got to beat 20 more levels of this game. That's what's happening right here. Yeah, you know what? That actually reminds me. I need to make, so on this, where is he at? Over here on the Excalibur. Normally what I had up here, I'm going to save. Actually, you know what? I don't really care if this is saved. That's fine. Let's open this other drawing real quick. And let's go to next security engineering course. Oh, I changed that to dark mode. I don't know why that keeps popping up in light mode. But hold on. These are the ones. This is the one that we just did, and then this is the one that we're doing this week as far as the course kind of goes. Move that over just a little bit. So I need to. I'm gonna just leave this spinning, but I need to put together kind of a look at how we evaluate things as engineers, like the build versus buy versus make versus buy type ways of looking at things. So, Coffee over land. Coffee, you changed your name recently, weren't you? You're the one that's local to my area, right? I'm pretty sure. You were a different name recently, if I recall. There's a new protocol. Yeah. Yeah, you were killing. Yeah. That's what I thought. I was just making sure. Sometimes my brain doesn't work right, but sometimes I remember things. Adaverk said, "Gotta want to watch his live videos so I get knowledge, and every time I mess out, I get FOMO." Yeah, Adaverk. We are live right now, so if you got questions, you can ask them. I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm working on a different screen. I'm reviewing stuff for a project that I'm in, and just making sure that I've got stuff ready. I don't have accesses yet on this project, and that's one of the things I'm waiting on. So, yeah, nice, Boris. Yeah. I tell you guys all the time, you don't have to do any of that stuff. But the nice thing is it's better than something on Twitch that just goes nowhere. You actually get some merch for it, so that's kind of cool. Like, yeah. But nobody has to do anything like that. You guys are always just welcome to. Same thing with gifted subs and that kind of stuff. I always tell you guys I'm not super worried about that stuff. I just want you guys to hang out and give back to the next generation of architects and engineers and admins and all that good stuff that we got. Because we got a lot of those people coming up. We got a lot of people in the Discord. Got a lot of people we're trying to get working in the field right now. We had one of our guys actually say that they had recently they got their first getting paid from doing anything in Linux, and I thought that was kind of cool. Because we're all doing this stuff at least for fun, right? Most of us at least touch Linux for fun, but once you start making money at it, you're like, oh, I can also get paid to do this thing that I really like doing. So that's kind of a value add to people. Also, I really do think this stuff can change your career if you guys want to get into this and focus on it. I think that it can really kind of mod your career out a little bit, and you can go anywhere from doing Linux. I mean, you can do any kind of engineering in Linux. You can do this. You can get into process engineering. You can go get yourself one of those, Six Sigma type certs, or one of these black belt type certs and change management stuff. And you can get. There's a lot of really good value for any type of engineering that you could want to do. So, I'm a big fan. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Also, I told some of you guys I just recently signed back up, so I'm working on my doctorate again. I had taken a little bit of break because of some differences with the other college, but I should be starting back up here in May for the doctorate, so that's always good. Yeah. Yeah, so we're mostly just hanging out. Yeah, Atavirk. I think even without the Linux sysadmin course being completed, I think you could still get very ready. I've been remote since even before COVID. I was working remote half the time. One of the reasons I would drive into work for AAA was I only lived like a mile away from the building that I worked in, so I would just go in anyways. Also, I think my boss liked seeing me because I sat right directly behind my boss. But um, yeah, you can definitely do this stuff remote. And then Atavirk, I would tell you, like, you don't have to wait. Like, we have these courses running. I'm always showing you guys, like, we've got the courses running, right? And this will help get you ready for Linux admin space. But there's also a tremendous amount of just going out there and getting into labs, like either my labs or anybody's labs, and just getting experience in, Linux systems and building stuff and looking at security, and then, just all the kind of things that you may run into, just to be able to put on your resume, like, hey, I have a good familiarity with Linux, and then we can. You don't have to wait until the end of the course to start looking for work. Is my point. You could be doing this stuff and getting. I think you guys would be getting ready. Oh, you're already in the course. Nice. Yeah. And there's like, it's kind of like there's this old game from when I was a kid called this is gonna date me a little bit, but the Oregon Trail. And if any of you ever remember playing the Oregon Trail or Oregon, I don't care how you say it. There was like the main quest was to leave kind of like the Chicago, Illinois type area and go west, right? Go west to Oregon. That was when there was an expansion out towards the west in the U.S., and that was the point of the game. Yeah, you always died of dysentery, which is funny because my dad's name is Terry, so we used to always call it dissing Terry. Because he also had a temper. But so you died of dissing Terry. But anyway, so yeah, me and my brothers all, because I have 4 brothers, so we used to always make fun of that stuff. But anyway, so where I'm going with that is in that game, there's this overarching goal to get from point A to point B. But also, there was a part of that game that was like all these side quests. You could go run around and you could like hunt bear and squirrels and elk and whatever you wanted to eat, right? And there was all this like side quest stuff, and that's kind of how I feel like a lot of this is too. Like, there's the overarching like Linux admin type stuff that I want to teach you guys, and that's stuff that I think is valuable to people that want to go that route in their career. But there's also doing, everything else. There's, oh, hey, I want to be I don't necessarily want to be a Linux admin like you, Scott, and Linux engineer, but I really like security, and I really think that like Linux is a good base for that. And I say, okay, good. Learn the Linux as a base, and then use that to practice all your security stuff. So never fear. I used to teach when I taught at ITT Tech. I used to teach an intro to logic and programming. And it was simple Python and just logic structures and computer science. It was like a 200 level course. And I used to, as a final project, I used to make my students write the game Oregon Trail as much as they could. And it was, and for like the end of a 12-week project. And some students came up with some really interesting, but most of it, yeah, was if then. There wasn't much case. In a 12-week course, which isn't a computer science focus, we were technically a networking and security program. I didn't have much to get them into functions, but some of them kind of figured those out, and I got some pretty interesting stuff out of it. Pretty interesting way of doing it. So, oh yeah, coffee over land for sure. It's network engineering is my base. I come from a network engineering background. I learned almost all my Linux in the wild. I think I've told you guys that. I had one class of Linux in college, but I had my CCNA. I had my CCNA before I started my bachelor's. So yeah, there was. I think networking is one of the best ways to get the basics. But you can practice all your networking inside of Linux, this is why I tell you guys. My CCNA, it used to be back when it was just forever. But, there was a 3-year thing on it, but I never redid mine either, but there was no like CNEs or CEs or any of that stuff back then. Like if there was, I would have kept mine because, shoot, I've always been in the field since I got it. So, but no, I got mine back in 2002. I still have the card in my wallet, which is kind of funny because I haven't strictly been a networking guy for almost 20 years. I still do networking. I tell you guys, in high performance compute, you still touch networking, but it's just not my main focus. My main focus is always Linux. Linux security. If I had to say in order, it's Linux, security, storage, then networking. Those are like my main focuses in my career right now. So Linux is the first thing. They bring me in to do configs and automations with Ansible and such. And then the focus is always on security because it's a lot of government stuff. And then I go from there into storage is probably my next biggest one, storage and speeds of storage. And then my fourth one would be networking probably. So, yeah, never fear. I actually teach a course that's like the 1-2 level. If you remember when they used to call the CCNA, they used to have a 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a class that I teach right now that's like the 1-2 level. I think it's Network 260 is what it's called, but it ends up being like 1-2 as far as that goes. And it's funny because I tell the students they have access to the whole thing, and I'm like, you could do all this stuff and get ready for your CCNA, but you're only required to do these things for the class. So I do want to I'm going to take that one of these days, not the college stuff that I do, but like the CCNA published, like CCNA has their published. Let me show you guys this in case you don't know. So CCNA objectives, right? You can go get the CCNA objectives whenever you want right here, right? You just go grab them all right here. And one of these days, I've been planning on kind of taking all of these and putting them into like a SPX, but you didn't have to be able to program them, but you had to know what they were. And you had to know about DECnet and AppleTalk, even though they weren't being used. So, yeah, I think like knowing these things is valuable for somebody, especially if you want to be in the networking space, obviously. But I'm gonna move that out of the way so it's not part of the thing. So, Miss Sapphire hardware RAID is absolutely still used. Yeah, big time. Very, very much used. Yeah, in fact, sometimes when I'm setting up like JBODs, which are just a bunch of disks, right? JBODs. And in case you guys have ever heard that term and go, what the hell's a JBOD? Just a bunch of disks. I'll take just a bunch of disks and I'll RAID them up. The standard RAID protocol that most of us use is RAID 6 8+2. But it depends. It depends what you're doing, obviously. But RAID 6 is the number, and then 8+2 is the configuration of drives. And when you do that, you get the maximum amount of. So you guys probably know RAID 0 isn't a true RAID. If you lose one disk, you lose data. So boom, you're out. RAID 1 is true redundancy of data, but it's speed at the it's storage at the cost of. It's storage at cost, right? Because you don't get any extra speed in your reads or writes, but you get redundancy of your data. So it's disk mirroring, right? And then you just move up from there, but then you get to 5. 5 is a very common one. And what happens with 5 is great for redundancy of data and speed of writes, but there's one primary problem with why we don't use 5 in the industry on bigger projects, on big high-speed things, and it's that if you do lose a disk, you immediately degrade the overall performance because rebuild times affect running real live disks. So now you're trying to rebuild and put a disk back in, but you're also using the throughput of the actual system, right? The I/O of the real system is being wasted to go to that RAID. So any rebuilding RAID is in a degraded format, but that's not true in RAID 6. In RAID 6, when you lose a disk, one of the two spares, especially in an 8+2, one of the two spares becomes the active immediately. And when you put another one in, it rebuilds in the background and doesn't affect the I/O of the base RAID system. So RAID 6 is by far the most performant, and you have to lose 3 disks to in a RAID 10, in a RAID 6 8+2 array. You have to lose 3 disks at the same time to lose data. So that's the main reason the government uses it, and it's good enough to adhere to like a 98.5, which is what most governments try to get to. But people think like, oh, we need a 90 user space, so it's kind of interesting. Coffee over land. You said, Het, since you came from networking, what are some of the major tools that you should say that I should learn in Linux? So if you're talking about like Linux and you're a networking person and you want to get better on the Linux side, I would learn how to use my TCP dump, my ngrep, my, looking at, if you're doing Linux for Linux's sake, understanding your open ports on a system, so your SS and your netstat. And then, after that, I guess it would be IP tables, which are going away, and your NF tables, understanding how the kernel actually deals with traffic and things that come in. And then you can start to do, like we were doing yesterday a little bit, we were messing around with, like, is one of these systems still up? Hold on. This is the one we were messing with yesterday, and we were going in, I think if I cd to etc. Is this the one we were working on yesterday? No. It was the 99 IPv4 fix. And we were messing around with like, was it this? No, it was this 99 Echo one. This was the one we fixed yesterday. So what I was going to show you is like we were doing this yesterday when I was streaming a little, and we were turning off Echo requests and Echo. We were just telling our system to ignore them. And then I was showing you guys how you could go look at all these, right? So you can just do sysctl-a grep for like IPv4, and then after that grep for like ICMP. And these are all the things that you can affect the behaviors of your ICMP in the system. Do we want to ignore all? Do we want to just ignore broadcast? Do we want to, we can affect the way our system behaves in real time, but we can also do it for like these back-end security reasons. And these security reasons tie back in like in our security course when I'm just making you guys like dig in on STIGs, and you guys are probably like, oh god, this guy's making us do STIGs again. Yeah, but the thing is, you're doing the best practices, but you may find all these other things you want to do. There's no best practice to turn off ICMP for your Linux boxes, but if you're in an environment where you know that you're just always going to SSH and you're never going to rely on ping to make sure a box is up, feel free to turn off ping. You understand why you did it. You understand the security posture of your organization. You've documented it. Turn the shit off if you don't want your system. If you never want to be able to ping a box and check it, you can just tell the box not to respond to pings right there. Turn them all off. So this is the kind of thing that we talk about. Like, and then you get into, well, security through obscurity isn't really a thing. Well, sure, for sure, but maybe I have a reason that I don't want ICMP traffic traversing my network. Maybe I'm trying to keep costs down for, I don't know, Splunk or something, and we're feeding all the network logging to Splunk, so we turn some of that stuff off. I don't know, whatever. Maybe you definitely want to remove a lot of your ARP traffic at that point, or minimize it. But I think I might have told you guys, I actually ran into a problem. We were upgrading from RHEL 8 to RHEL 9 with a big high performance system. So a supercomputer is, internally we call them supercomputers, but to the outside world we call them HPC. So you'll hear them called high performance systems, but when you hear me say, hey, I'm dropping in a supercomputer somewhere, we're internal to the industry. We call them supercomputers because that's what they are. But anyways, I was running into this issue where we were going up to 9 and it was crushing our GPFS system. Our GPFS system, our boxes couldn't even LS into GPFS anymore. And we're like, what the hell's going on? And when this was happening, because we were testing a few boxes, we found that the file systems were coming unresponsive for all the rest of the 1,200 and something nodes. So we're like, the hell's going on? If we just had this one server, it shouldn't introduce this. Well, what we found was that the way that RHEL 9 was handling ARP, it was just flooding. It was like 2,000 ARP requests a second from this one box that we had dropped in, and it was just crushing because it was doing it. You have multiple networks typically in your space, and in our space we were dealing with a 10 gig forward management network and then like a 100 gig backend InfiniBand network, right? And it was crushing the ARP requests on the InfiniBand network because the way that like RHEL 9 was set up was it didn't assume that you could have more than one network, right? So we ended up changing the way that ARP behaved, and we ended up finding a whole bunch of things that we wanted to turn off, and then now all of the systems just worked fine, didn't crush the system anymore. But it's one of those things where, you know, we had to dig in a little bit on, you know, what are the behaviors of a newer system. Thankfully, we were testing with one system, so it became very apparent what was happening. But it might have been very difficult to find that if we had like deployed 10 systems right away, you know. So this is, you know, this all comes back to how you do your testing and your deployments and all that kind of stuff. So lots of different stuff involved there. So yeah. And then for you guys that are interested in the course, let me pull this up here real quick while we're kind of hanging out here. Co-working. Let me get my where is, turn on the Discord, disable that. Discord, can go to Discord. Yeah, I guess I can just pull that up there. Put it down, just put it down there for a little bit. Okay, if you guys are wondering, or if you're not involved with our Discord at all, that's free. We have a whole bunch of stuff going on. If you come into the Discord, there's like a Prolog project section, and this is where a lot of the lab stuff happens. This is where the discussions happen. I'm always telling you guys, if you're doing the courses, you've got to be doing the discussions. You've got to get in there and talk with other engineers and kind of rub elbows with different people to understand this stuff. And I find, look, there's a lot of good, I think there's a lot of good info. There was a talk just from this week on admin stuff around an operations bridge. And somebody pointed out, like, if we can go in there. We can go. I think we can go just in the discussion here. Nope, it's not going to pull it up. And we were talking about, you know, what an operations bridge is, and then some people had not heard of it. And then I pointed out, like, in some ways, like our sci-fi type stuff. Wait, you guys can see that, right? Yeah. In some ways, our sci-fi type shows have kind of gotten us ready for this concept of a bridge because, you know, there's one central place controlling everything during a battle. They're calling down for more power, get shields online. That's how incident calls are handled through a bridge. So even though you were just watching a show and maybe, as they mentioned, Star Trek The Next Generation, but, you know, that's the idea of an incident bridge, is that same concept of a call, and then you stand up there. If you guys have ever done anything, after I got out of the military, I was just an infantry guy, so I was never in one of these rooms. But then when I worked at Lockheed Martin and I did the stuff that I did with satellites, sometimes I'd be in rooms and they'd have big monitors on the wall of all the satellites going around, and they could track where they were and what they were taking, you know, information of on a battlefield and all that kind of stuff. And there was some really interesting really interesting things that could happen. But there was like this whole operations bridge controlling everything in the system. Ms. Asperfire said, this might be really silly, but the lab where we set up SSDP, let's say OpenLDAP is down, how can you still log into root? So root's a local account. So you have, that's actually a really good question. So hold on. Let me turn off my Discord stuff here for a second, and I'll pull this up and show you. So there are local accounts, and then there are the external accounts, right? So if you cat etc passwd, right? These are all local accounts in here. So root would still be able to log in, well, provided that root had a password and root was allowed over SSH and all that kind of stuff. This is how root would get in right here, because they have this. your trusted accounts that you get from somewhere else don't come here into Etsy Pass WD, right? If that makes sense. So it's the same concept of you have a external trust, so all the users pass, like let's say you start them at 15,000, those users would be additive to this. It does not supplant this. This would be like if I had like, hey, this is a standing set of things that can always exist on the server. Oh, look, the server's got SSSD on it already. So this one may even have some stuff configured on it. But the point is, you don't by doing a trust authority and allowing other users in, you do not override the local stuff. The local stuff's still there. So, and in modern Linux, root can never lock out. However, there were some old versions of SELinux where you could lock out the root user, and then you actually had to go turn a key at the physical hardware in the data center to get it back. To be able to go in at run level, because you go, oh, I'll just boot the box and go to single user mode and change it. Nope, you needed a key in the physical hardware to do that. And that's fun. We don't get that anymore, but that was a thing in SELinux back in the day when Sun was in charge of the OSs as well. So let me pull this back up. I'll turn the Discord back on for a second and pull it back up for you guys. There's also other stuff going on in here, and people are answering more questions and that kind of stuff. And like some of you guys might think, oh, this guy, he makes us do these discussions because he likes to sit around and laugh at what people say. That's not the purpose of discussion questions. It's not why college professors make you do discussion questions either. It's to make you see that, well, one, I think this is a very valuable thing to understand, is that there's not only one way to do something. It's an old Linux thing that we used to always say, or an old Perl thing, if you guys remember PERL. There's a saying, it's called TMTOWTDI. Any of you guys ever heard of TMTOWTDI? TOWDI. There is more than one way to do it. TMTOWTDI is there is more than one way to do it. So, like, I will tell you, there are things that are objectively better, but then there are other things where, maybe we need to chew on it a little bit and make a decision. And that's literally all of security is a balance between locking things down and access. Because we proved this over and over again. We can lock a server down, guys. Locking a server down is the easiest fucking thing on the planet. Take the cable out of it. Don't plug it on the network. But for everything else, where we actually want to be useful, we have to balance how much access we have against other things. CoreWire would say with SSD, you can have a local cache if you want your AD stuff or network to drop out. Some places have issues with that for various reasons. Yeah, CoreWire, the reason I used to have problems with SSSD was it would cache. In my network, I always set the cache to 0. And here's why. Because what the balance was there was this. I was balancing between, if the cache is 0 and the Active Directory is down, users can't get in when Active Directory is down. Well, Active Directory's got a pretty good uptime in most companies, so I balance that against this. This other thing was worse for me. What would happen is when the cache by default was 2 days, what could happen is my system could be off of Active Directory for some reason. Let's just say communication wasn't there, Kerberos had failed or wasn't up, or who knows. But somebody would have changed their password, and then they would try to log into a system, and that system wouldn't work with their new password, but it would work with their old password. And like almost immediately in the security sense, that's a non-starter. And you say, why is it a non-starter? Well, because we change a password and we want that password to no longer be accepted anywhere in the organization immediately, because we can't know when we make that plan why that password was changed. Maybe it was compromised. Oh yeah, you had an Ansible job that resynced. Oh well, yeah, that's awesome. That's even better, because then that can come up. But there's with me for SSSD, I ended up, my balance was I would trust Active Directory to be up, or my users would be down, and that was just a balance, and that was a thing that I had accepted. And all my system critical stuff, so the way that my systems talk to each other, was all local stuff anyways, so we didn't need, I didn't have a service account that was external that needed to be controlled or anything like that. All right, let's turn off that Discord just for now, get it out of the way. But yeah, if you guys have questions about any of that stuff, you can always let me know. I need to get back to this. We'll leave that up, kind of running on the side over there. And we're almost done. Again, we're almost done with the game. We really just need to make sure that our guy survives to the end. And then we'll be good to go. So with the 2-day cache, if you locked out the user, they could still log in. So yes, hold on. So with the 2-day cache, if we locked out the user, they could still log in technically. Yes, if my system happened to not be talking back to Active Directory. So there was a thing. It's called like it's not exactly a coincidence of wants. That's an economic term. It had to be a coincidence of a couple of different errors, or let's call it a what is it, I guess cacophony isn't the right word either, although it is a cacophony, but it would be a junction of errors, let's say, because what would have to happen is they would have to have been locked out, and also my system would have not been syncing, because if it was syncing, it would know that they were locked out and it wouldn't let them in. So my system would have to be in a bad state, is my point, for that to fail. But since that's a possibility for it to fail, I would turn that off, if that makes sense. Yeah. It wasn't just, oh, you're always on caching. No, you're on caching if something's down, and that's a problem. It's kind of like if you say, hey, Scott, you told me the other day that I could never use my e-brake in my car. And I said, no, I never said you couldn't use your e-brake. I said that when you're on a spare, one of those little tiny rubberized spares that some people have in their cars, you shouldn't pull your e-brake because it'll cause you to start spinning in a circle or something. And you go, no, you said you could never do it. And I go, no, in a certain condition, it didn't do it. So that's kind of the difference there, if you want to think of it like that. So, I always use the example when we learn something, like when we learn Bash or when we learn Ansible, you're always taught never, ever, 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 ever use shell. Never, ever, 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 ever use the shell command, because the shell command loses idempotency. And that's true. It's a 100% true factual statement. Shouldn't use it. Just like a 5-year-old shouldn't cross the street. But can you cross the street once you learn the rules of crossing the street? Absolutely. I use shell commands all over in my Ansible. When I want to do checks and I want to bring stuff back and use it as like a variable, I do all kinds of checks with the shell command. But I understand what I'm giving up. That shell command will always execute, and Ansible will always call it changed because it's lost control during that execution. But I know that. And I know that when I do like check commands, I'm going to get 300 changed variables back in an Ansible playbook, but I just ignore them. I don't care. I only care about the report, right? If that makes sense. Not as bad as NC. Oh, I have used NSCD, which was the Nagios plugin, right? If that's what I'm thinking of. NSCD was the Nagios agent that people used to use, right? But I did something else. Oh, name server. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. You're right. I'm thinking, what am I thinking? What's the Nagios daemon that I'm thinking of that's got a similar name? Yeah, the name service caching daemon. I don't think I've ever used NSCD then. That was like a precursor to it, maybe. Back then, I used to always use Winbind and Samba, and that worked fine. Worked fine enough. Load processor. As a Linux admin, what are the 3 top tasks you work on most? As a Linux admin, what are the 3 top... Oh, okay. You just asked the same thing twice. I would say the things that you work on most as a Linux admin is... Well, actually, maybe it's a little different way to put it. Where does the work come from? And I would say the number one thing that you have is tickets, right? Tickets come in. Tickets ask you all kinds of, strange and mundane tasks that users find themselves in. That would be the number one thing that you're going to find. And those are going to be as varied as all the problems that a user might have. Users tend to have problems around logging in. That's probably number one. Number 2 is getting access to things. So you got to understand accesses. You got to understand how your system, connects to other servers and other things, and how those, whatever the applications are, get, tooling and data to your users. So that would be That would be tickets, right? Tickets come in, you answer tickets. There's a really good Lord Processor. If you want a really good set of labs, one of our guys, Fisherman, let me go find... Fisherman Guybro wrote a bunch of good labs. I'm going to link this to you guys here. There's three of them, and then there's multiple tasks underneath them that deal with being like a Linux sysadmin. So these junior adventures, they walk you through like the process of being a Linux sysadmin, right? He gives you the very first task is you've got to go, somebody sent in a ticket, and these are like real tickets that we've all worked. After a long weekend, one of our newer developers returned and forgot their password. Boom. Figure out their password. But by the way, even if we didn't know how to set their password, we might have had to figure out that he just can't log in. So then we go to like tail dash, maybe 30 on varlog auth.log, and we see all of his failed logins, and it says user password not working, right? Something like that. And then we'd go and we'd change his password for him and send him a temp password. Tell him he's got to change it. Even better, we could use chage to change his password age so that he has to change it on the next login. We could do all those things, right? But that's what these little sysadmin things are from Fisherman. And I think that they're a great little set of labs to go through. So I linked those to you guys there. If you guys want to work on those, I think those are good. That's the thing. The second thing, and I think this one's harder for most admins, is, you're doing admin work and you go and you crawl around the system. You're checking your systems out, and eventually you turn these into bash scripts and Ansible playbooks and stuff that just check out your systems and see how healthy they are. So like in my home lab, one of the things I do, let me pull this up here. One of the things I do is I just have things that are monitoring stuff. So this is the answer to this is you generate your own work. In our sandbox, I come over here and I know that here's the servers that have had logins, and then if any of the servers had rebooted, maybe it would pop up here, but this Kafka server is down. This is work that nobody found. Like I didn't get a ticket for this. This is something that I found in my environment that I need to go fix now. So I would go and find my own work, basically. So Lord Processor, the first two ones are tickets come in and you are just knocking out tickets like you're returning serves on a tennis or a racquetball court or something. And then the second one is you're generating your own work by monitoring things and crawling around your system, looking for things that are broken, again, looking for servers that have rebooted. And then I would say maybe a third one would be, as a Linux admin, is you're probably going to get called up some to work with the engineers and help with the deployment stuff. So you're probably going to be acting as a gopher and going and find information. You're probably going to get some project work where you're like pulling information for like your GRC, your governance, risk, and compliance team. So that's going to happen. And these are the things I always kind of emphasize, is that we're always doing something around that. So I've got a drawing that I sometimes pull up for you guys. Hold on, let me see if I can open up this drawing here on Linux Systems Administration. Hold on. There's a drawing, sometimes show it to you guys, and it looks like this. Let me see if I have my VS Code. Hold on, I gotta find where my VS Code is. Should be in front of these things, but I do not see it. It's probably the wrong execution. Hold on. Code. All right. Anyways, I'll pull this up for you guys real quick. This is my kind of thing that I show you guys often. This comes from Cisco. It's called the PPDIOO methodology of deployments or architecture or whatever. And sysadmins tend to start over here on the left, which is the operations and optimization of systems. You're operating stuff, you're working with keep the lights on, you're working in a NOC or a SOC, which is your network operations or your security operations or help desk, and you're optimizing systems and making them better. So again, your work's going to come in here from tickets and such. It's going to come here as you try to make things better and work on stuff. But then over here, this is going to be new deployments. This is more like project work and like what your engineers are doing over here. And sometimes you're going to get called up to help with that kind of stuff. So that's kind of stuff. Yeah. Co-wired or core-wired the patching and security is big, 100%. In fact, I've got that. That's the course this week is going to be on patching and security stuff. So. Yeah. Yeah, Lord Processor. His labs are definitely. We need to get more stuff from Fisherman. He just came back from a vacation, so hopefully we can get him doing some summer work here, some spring and summer work to get some more stuff going. But anyways, let me close these things down. Let's get rid of our VS Code. Let's get rid of our Discord. We'll just come back over here. So yeah, those are the things that I kind of want you guys thinking about, and kind of knowing about in the systems world. Let's see, how's my guy doing over here? All right. See if I can power my guys up here. All right. Anyway, so we're trying to keep all that stuff going. And yeah, mostly we're just hanging out and talking shop. I'm working on a different screen over here. And our little co-working sessions are just us kind of hanging out while I think most of us do other things, you know. I'm working on a project trying to get accesses for a system that I need to be working on soon. So this is what we do. Also, that top right, I'm just kind of monitoring my Werewolf server and making sure that it's got, you know, if the cluster's working the way that I expect, which it is, but I can still kind of keep an eye on it and make sure nothing's under too much load. Nothing's doing things that it shouldn't. Also, Ranger cam's up. Ranger is not on his bed right now. He's probably standing outside somewhere because, you know, that's Ranger for you. Yep, lots of resources out there, guys. Tell you all the time, if you don't find our group useful, find somewhere, right? It doesn't have to be us. Just find some group where you can do Linux and get better at this stuff, and or if it's not Linux, it could be site reliability engineering. It could be any of these other things. CoreWired, we're not using Kafka yet in the labs, but we will be. I'm going to have it be a place for people to drop messages in and see some of the patching, not patching, but logging stuff that we can do with it. So where I first got my introduction to Kafka, probably about 5 years ago, was on a system where they were using it. I had never seen this before, but we had a, what would that be? That would be a, oh, let's make sure there's not a third K there. Oh, it's just like a KK stack. It would be like a Kafka to Kibana stack. But it was logs, so it was like LKK. And it was like logs being sent into Kafka, and then Kafka being pulled out on the far side through. I think Kafka was actually being called out by Elasticsearch, and then that was enumerating it all, and then Kafka was pulling out. So maybe it was a kek, like kek, if you guys remember the old laugh in KEK, right? For I think that's what the orcs used to say when they said LOL around the humans, was kek. And if I recall correctly, I was always Horde, so I don't know what the Alliance saw, but anyways, that was that's what I've seen it used for. That was my first kind of mission into doing anything with Kafka, was around logging. They actually use it for cluster logging. You say, yeah, because Kafka that fast? It is, actually, surprisingly. Kafka is typically used as a it's a pub sub model. For you guys that don't use it, anybody can publish to it if they have a certificate to write, and anybody can read from any of the topics. So it's topics, producers, and consumers is typically what they're called. And there's good stuff out there for Kafka. But in our lab, we're just going to use it probably to generate events and then pull events out. A lot of times, like I'll tell you guys, there's this concept that you need to know in the industry nowadays called, let me go pull it up here. It is called, in serverless land, which is in AWS stuff, it's event driven. So you need to understand what event driven is in the systems world nowadays, for any of you guys that are not maybe doing that so much. But event driven architectures in AWS, it's Event Bridge. But in the rest of us, in the rest of us in the world, it tends to be something like Kafka, or what else could do it? It's SQS or Kinesis in AWS. Azure has, I don't know what Azure's version of it is. You use Kafka for the first time to, I don't know what that word is, Debezium, to log out of MySQL database. Yeah, it's a great tool, and Kafka comes from the Russian author who wrote a bunch of short stories before he died pretty young, and Kafka's always ready to write. That's where the name comes from. Setting up a Graylog cluster, not a huge fan of it though. Yeah, I mean, the first time I ever saw, so I'll show you guys this is where I saw Kafka used in metrics, is here. So InfluxDB, and then at Wayfair, right? It's this Wayfair project. And if you guys have never seen this before, this is a really interesting little, I'll link this over to you guys, but this was the first time I saw Kafka used in metrics. Was right here. I'm going to link this to you guys, but it's right here. And I use Kafka inside of, Kafka. I use Telegraph InfluxDB to Grafana. So I use the Telegraph side. Oh my God, this fucking, I use Telegraph to InfluxDB. So I use this part, but they have Kafka as a system bus between Ireland and Boston and Seattle to make sure that things are always there with the metrics data pipeline. So they use Kafka, and then Telegraph shot into Kafka, and Telegraph pulled out of Kafka. So this is a really interesting reference architecture that I've never built this exact thing because I didn't need the redundancy. I didn't need the WAN layer redundancy, but that's what they used Kafka to build in. The way I think of Kafka is literally just kind of like how EventBridge is. I think of it like a subway through the town, and anybody could get on a subway and just ride it around forever, and then they get off whenever they want to. And that's kind of what Kafka is doing. It's acting as an event bus where people are just throwing data in from all these places, and only the relevant people that want to can pull it all out from the place that they want to. So you can create, it's like a system bus in your system. It's the same kind of concept where everything can just kind of sit on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's Kafka's really just handling it. Yeah, 100%. Like publishers, consumers. And then it's Kafka's are called, they're called brokers, and they have different it's pub sub out of topics. So they're topics and brokers. So yeah. I actually have a One of my Killer Coda labs sets that up. If you go to a Kubernetes lab that I have, this lab shows you how to set up Kafka inside of... Where do I have it? Huh. That's weird. Oh, here's Kafka right here. Yeah, Kafka and Kubernetes. So if you've never done that before. And Bolv, that doesn't show. If you link that down in Discord, I can pull it up. But I can't. It doesn't show up in normal, unfortunately. Normal chat won't show it. All right. So anyways, that's kind of what we do around here, guys. Hang out, talk shop. So we will probably be using a little Kafka in the security course, mainly just to pull things in and out. We're definitely going to be using Loki, which is where I throw logs. I use Loki as my log aggregator in my clusters. But in older government stuff and for STIGs, we still have to use our syslog. Our syslog for sure can write out to Graylog, but I'm not 100% sure. I've never set Graylog up. I know you were mentioning you were using it core wired, but I haven't really played with Graylog ever. I do have a lab on our syslog in my Linux labs, and then I'm going to be doing our syslog with TLS to show you guys how to do that. Yeah, core wired. I've heard only good things typically about Graylogs. So I mean, if it's got bad docs, it's probably because we're kind of spoiled nowadays. Because a lot of those make docs and read the docs. Like some of those programs are getting so good for documentation that I don't think open source projects have any excuse anymore to not have really good. Burl, I do not currently use TLS, but that will be something we're going to be doing in the future. No, I don't currently use TLS for the calls, but I'm going to eventually. I need to make a lab on that. So, yeah, currently it's just an open API endpoint in my home lab. So, anybody that knew it was there could send to it technically. But for testing purposes and just for being in a home lab, it's fine. But that is something that I would do professionally for sure, is just to turn on the TLS, which is not as hard as I guess some people would probably think. Like TLS is pretty straightforward. Just make sure you have the certificates right, and then you're good. Then make sure the certificates don't expire, which you can just set things up to track that if you want. There's lots of tools to just inspect certs and make sure they're good in your cluster. So there's there's tools that'll just check that stuff for you live. So Revisualize, how's it going? We're just hanging out right now. Actually, I'm probably going to take a break here in a minute and go grab a drink, but yeah, we're just hanging out, doing a little Linux co-working while I'm doing some other stuff in my systems world. Let me go check on some stuff while we're talking here. Interesting. Sorry guys, I'm looking at some work stuff in a different window. Had a problem in the certs monitoring. Rabbit MQ cluster without TLS certs monitoring for the whole team. Wondered 3 to 4 hours why. Yeah, these things. TLS will get, certs in general will get you if there's not good monitoring, or if there's a cert that's set up somewhere that nobody knows about. They'll definitely get you on a team. So 100%. All right, let me real quick. I'm gonna pull up my little hourglass because I've been talking, or I've been hanging out for over an hour. No break. let's see, break and think about Linux. And then, yeah, just turn that on. That a little bigger. There you go. Break and think about Linux. I'll be back. Wander around. If you guys need to stretch your legs, we'll keep talking Linux here in a little bit. Linux and systems. Hopping in the Discord, all that good stuff. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, I'm on a break. I mean, I'm back now. I'm sitting here, but still on break. Give you guys a little time to take a break too. real quick. I'll post this for you guys. Here's the Discord. You guys are always welcome to hang out down there. Drop it over on the Twitch side as well, or the YouTube side as well. Like, there's more persistence down there, more like talking with other people doing similar stuff. I will tell you that we got a lot of stuff going on this weekend down there. We've got a study group, well, tonight. Then there's a study group. There's multiple study groups on Saturday. Come in, hang out, talk shop with, you know, people. We got the Linux Sysadmin course and the security engineering course. The security one is much more advanced. It's definitely not designed to like hold anybody's hand. It's much more of a advanced one. We move a little faster in there. We do a lot of stuff. So we're going to be doing security patching and security engineering stuff this week in there. Yeah, security patching, what did I say? Security patching, security engineering, and it's like controlling the repos. Like, we got to control the repos. We can't, if we're going to air gap systems, if we're going to do other things to protect our systems, then we also need to control what kind of stuff we put into the systems, right? It's like, it would be like if you locked everything down and then you still just, you know, took whatever food came to the front door from Grubhub or something, and you're like, wait, we protected everything, but then we allowed just some rando to bring poison to the door or something. You know, it's the same kind of concept. Like, we have to, again, zealously protect our systems if we want to have the kind of uptime and keep malicious actors from getting into our systems, right? We have to be just as, let's put it this way, we have to put just as much effort into keeping them out as they put into trying to get in, right? Like, we can't make it easy for them. You know, in fact, there's a talk, one of our guys, Tawny, he did a talk with Sands about making the cost high for attackers, making the cost so high that they choose to just attack somebody else, because, you know, they're using resources to be an advanced persistent threat. So you can actually make that something that costs them so much that it's not even valuable to attack your organization. And that's kind of my thoughts on it too, is we can't stop everything, but we can stop all the things, you know, that are common and predictable for sure. We talked about technical and physical preventative controls. If we put something in place and it's a technical preventative control, there's two options now. They can go around it, which is what most people try to do, or they can break it and go through it. But at least in that, hopefully we've got other mitigating controls that can keep track of things and let us know that things are happening. We're constantly talking about logging and that kind of stuff in that space. Anyways, we're not back from break yet. You still got 2 minutes on break. I'm just talking now. I'm just talking to talk while I'm starting my next drink here. And I'm keeping an eye on this game to see if my guy will finally finish it. We got to get to level 50. Got to beat level 50. That's the goal of the game. So, ad break will be ending right about the time that we're getting done on our break. So, then we'll be done. I think this guy will be able to win. The other character that we were playing with, he pulled everybody to him and he was taking too much damage. This guy is stopping anybody from even getting to him, so I think that he's going to be able to pass this, even though the other guy was not able to. The other character that I thought was putting out better damage. So, yeah, we're putting out okay damage. Do the most Linux. Well, you can still do all the Linux and do other things too, Hayes. It doesn't say do exclusively Linux. Core, you said you've been using NixOS for your main desktop for the past 6 months. How are you liking that? I set up NixOS in the home lab here, and it was fine. It did some things that seemed interesting, and I didn't really get into configuring it much. I might set it up inside of my werewolf stuff. Yeah. I might set it up because I do like the immutability idea, like the idea that I could just give somebody like a blank OS, like not blank OS, but an OS that they can't go changing anything inside of it, and then when they're done, I can just wipe the environment clean. Because you guys know that's how I do the Prolog labs now, right? We do everything inside a Werewolf. So right here, oh, I changed it to the other screen. I need to pull up. I need to put them both on one, but in our normal layout of the lab, which I have somewhere, you can see the what's it called? You can see how when you get in, you're just in a Werewolf cluster, and then every time I reboot, it comes up as a stateless node. Now, stateless nodes definitely differ from immutable nodes because in immutable nodes you can't change crap. In a stateless node, you can change it whatever you want. It's just when you reboot, it comes back up clean again with none of your changes applied. So they're different. They're different philosophically, and they're different in their actual execution. But I do like the idea of making a NixOS environment for people to log into. I think that would be a good, because again, like what am I trying to show people? I'm trying to show people how to do basic Linux sysadmin stuff, and most of that stuff to start is just moving around inside of an OS and checking what's there. Like that's a big part of this, is just checking what's there. So you haven't really dug in much deep. You've just been putting everything in Etsy NixOS. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen some pretty cool ways because I can deploy things remotely, right? I can deploy anything with what people commonly call infrastructure as code, use Ansible in the home lab and deploy things. I didn't have a compelling reason really to use NixOS. One of the other reasons I use Rocky is because Rocky is so close to enterprise, Red Hat. And I think I've told you guys, like, Rocky has really been being used in a lot of government stuff because CIQ is they've got a life cycle for it and they're supporting it. And if you can get something supported and it's standardized enough, like, Rocky is binary compatible with Red Hat, that means that you can go ahead and use it in government systems, which I've probably set it up on over 10,000 government systems now. So it's definitely a real OS from that perspective to know, right? All right. My guy's on level 46. I'm just keeping an eye on my dude, see how he's doing here. I'm watching this bottom screen here because as soon as this game's done, I'm gonna turn it off and I'm not gonna play it ever again. But it was fun. It was fun for the 1 week I was playing it or so. Definitely was worth it for $10 for Steam for me. Not everybody likes idle games though. I find them amusing, so it's not too bad for me. What else? Humongous over on Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Almost an hour ago. I know I haven't been paying too much attention to that stuff, but hopefully this stuff's useful to you. For you guys that are hanging out, really the main reason I get on here is to tell you guys that there's a Discord and there's a place for you to hang out with other engineers. The game is called Nomad Idle. It's on Steam. It's and that's IDLE. So it's a Nomad IDLE. Idle, like it's an idle game. And it's fun. I mean, it's a fun little just you set it off in the background and you just make sure your guy is upgraded. You're mostly. You can even make him automatically upgrade, and then you craft items. Look, I'm all out of stuff to craft because I've crafted it all. And then you have to do some ascension stuff, which builds this little tree, which, you might waste a little bit of time until you kind of figure it out. One trick I can tell you that's for sure important is you will get way more materials in the void area than you will in the regular area. So once you beat a regular area, you want to go and just smash through the void area, and it'll get you a lot more materials for, crushing your, getting all your items built and stuff. So that's kind of a little trick that if I had known like a couple days in, it would have saved me some time. But, I'm not doing too bad on time. Finishing it in about a week or so, I think is probably around the average if I had to guess. So yeah, that's the game, Nomad Idle. Yep. And yeah, other than that, we're just kind of hanging out. We're watching top right window. We're watching my werewolf cluster, just some various things about it, making sure that the hard drive is good, showing you guys some of the security stuff in there. And then that's I think there's a tail dash F on the messages to make sure that it's pulling up all the werewolf, communications are happening between the different nodes in the cluster. And then back to watching the disks and the I/O to make sure it's not too heavy. That's all we're doing. And then on the left monitor, you got Ranger Dog. Ranger is moving around a little bit, but he's my lazy guard dog who's almost 14. And then just whatever else pops up through there. I got a bunch of different windows open, monitoring stuff that we're doing and all that good stuff. Corewired said, do you have a preferred way to spin up Kubernetes? Seems like there's so many ways and I need to learn more about it. Corewired, I would tell you the number one first, so let me send you a link real quick. So right here, link will be free, free thing, but I'm going to show you in one of our weeks. I want to say it's 13. No, not 13. 12? Nope, not 12. 11? No, not 11. 10? 10. All right, in 10, I'm gonna go to the lab, and the reason I'm gonna go to the lab is because of this one command. Hold on, I'm gonna send you this link here in a second. Is if you're learning Kubernetes, right? If you're learning Kubernetes, it's this right here. It's just go get yourself the where's that? It's in the lab right here. Just go get yourself K3. So do not, guys. I'm gonna put a command in chat. Do not run this command on your Linux boxes unless it's like a dev box. But this command that I'm linking right there, I'm going to link it on YouTube as well. Do not just go put that in one of your Linux boxes and prod and take your company down. That will deploy K3s. Now, K3s is a very, very light installation of Kubernetes. But what it'll do... Yeah. So what it'll do is it'll get you to these commands. It'll let you drive around the Linux a little bit, right? Or the Kubernetes a little bit. It will not get you production ready. When you're production ready, you're gonna go do these steps. So Kubernetes. So it's kubeadm deploy, right? And to Kubernetes creating. So this is when you're ready to play. I don't want to say with the big boys. But this is when you're ready to go set it up and make it semi-permanent inside of your organization. This is what mine are set up with. My home lab stuff is set up with that kubeadm stuff. So hold on, let me go hop over here, and then cat etc hosts, and then if we SSH to my prod K8s-1 sudo. This is my home kubectl. This is my home one. This is my real one that actually backends my the web page here. This is actually backended through this website v2 right here, which was actually rebooted after my wife crashed the system. We're not going to keep mentioning that because she'll kill me one of these days. But anyways, yeah, kubeadm is more. Yeah. When you're ready to go, when you're all done playing, I don't want to say we learn by playing, right? That's what I mean. When I say playing, I mean holding it up, chucking it in the air a couple times, maybe redeploying it. That's what this is, right? This Kubernetes here is when you're, again, we learn by play. Let's say this is when you're ready to just start touching it, and it sounds like you've done that already. kubeadm is the way that we go when we want to get to this and want to have it really, we're ready to start productionalizing it, if that makes sense. Warlord Killer said, which distro is most compatible with Kubernetes? I'm running it on my 9.4 Rocky. I found it's very easy to deploy on Rocky Linux and the RHEL stuff. I found my experience is one of those your mileage may vary questions. I found it slightly easier to deploy on Ubuntu. However, that being said, if your organization is like 99% Rocky and RHEL already, I would spend that time doing that. I've never used Talos Linux Core, so I might tell you, what I would tell you is try to fit your deployment to what your company already knows, because then you're looking at stuff you're already used to, right? You're already in var log messages and var log secure, and you understand how SELinux works in that flavor, as opposed to jumping around. I'm a big fan of. I found it slightly easier to do on Ubuntu than any other deploy. But I did find Rocky Linux to be pretty straightforward and easy as well. And I did harden these boxes before I laid Kubernetes over them. And I used that link that I had just shared, the Kubernetes create with kubeadm. That is the link that I shared. That's the one that I used to deploy them. So that is also how I do it. Oh, and then we were talking Kafka earlier. That was Kafka. Kafka talks, event-driven. I think that's a huge thing to understand in the industry. Even if you're just like I say, just a platform engineer, like I'm just a Linux engineer. I tell you guys that all the time. I'm not, people come in and ask programming questions. It's not really what I do. But that doesn't mean that I can't understand event-driven architectures and APIs. I think that's very valuable to you as a systems engineer, and being the complete if you want to be a principal engineer, you should understand what your systems are doing as well. So, you can. I know that's not necessarily your question. I'm just saying that in general. Neuron Collider, that's fair. Everything is kind of easier. I think that's a fair statement. I'll tell you, Ubuntu only recently, about 5 years ago, got approved to be used on government systems, and I have seen it deployed on some government systems. So, as far as me, I work so much with the U.S. government stuff that I need to be ready, anyways, to work with any of those tools. Mostly, I deploy Rocky Linux, though. It used to be heavy RHEL, but RHEL and Rocky are the same, underlying flavors, so you don't lose much. Oh, we're one stage away. Hopefully, we see if our guy will survive. We got to get to level 50, in case you guys are watching that bottom right screen. We're trying to get to level 50, and we're on 49 right now. So if we could just survive, if my poor little guy can just survive, then we're doing it. His life bar's not moving too much. Mostly because this is a guy's called a summoner, and he's got 5 pets. And his 5 pets are keeping all the enemies locked down so they can't get to me. And then we're killing them through just basic attrition. I have a really high recovery, and I'm just staying away from them, and we're slowly burning the enemies down. That's why that number for enemies till next stage is going so slow right now. This is a funny way. I had never thought to win the game like this. I was doing the other guy who was just like a tank, and he just pulls everything to him and just fucks them all up. But they were burning me down at around level 47, so we're on level 49 because we're keeping them away and just slowly melting them without taking a lot of damage. Corewire, do you strip stuff out of Rocky for the Kubernetes deploy? No. I did harden it, though, and my hardening involved STIGs. So I hardened down how you log in and those basic things. I hardened down some of the network, so I basically took off anything. I stripped off a lot of, it would almost be called, it wasn't quite a minimal install, but it was a very highly customized regular, command line server install where I just pulled a lot of stuff out of it on the deploy. Because I didn't want it to be a bloated system. I knew it was going to be all Kubernetes, All right, all our guy has to do is survive for about 800 more enemies. That's where we're at right now. Miss Sapphire said, learned about Ubuntu and Alpine when it comes to Apache. Ubuntu includes some security settings and lots of nice modules. Alpine, you have to do all that yourself. Yeah. I've only ever used Alpine Linux through the container for it, so I don't even know what's in Alpine as a full OS, Oh man, I don't know if you guys can see, but my little life bar on my character is just dancing. It's dropping to half sometimes, so kind of a little worried he's going to get taken out, but it doesn't really matter. It's an idle game. You just get knocked back 10 levels, but I'm not super worried about that. I just want to beat this damn game, right? And basically beating the game is about 600 more enemies right now. It's 80, and then we'll be on level 50, which will be its own little victory. So hold on. We're 60 enemies away. And then we just got to make it to the end. Come on, game. 35 enemies. 30. 24. We keep locking them down. So again, they're melee and they can't get to us. Or melee. Again, that's one of those words. You can call it whatever you want. I tend to say melee, but all right, we're on level 50. We have 580 enemies to go. So hopefully we can beat these guys up without them pummeling us too bad. Very exciting. Alpine uses muscle versus glib. I don't know any of that cortlib. I haven't dug in at all. Like, I've only ever used Alpine to like have test things that I can log into and connect over and that kind of stuff. Yep, and busy boxes. Yep. I've seen like Alpine busy box. We're 500 enemies away from winning right now, so just gotta make sure my guy doesn't get like a huge damage spike. That's always, by the way, that's always the thing in any of those games, right? Is you want high armor or defense or whatever, so that damage doesn't spike before your healing can kick in. So my guy's, he's staying pretty full right now on hit points, so that's good. We got 3.23 million hit points, but I think the average hit's about 500k, so got to mitigate that. Mitigate, not medicate. 460. Slow countdown. Very exciting for me. I'm trying to beat this damn game so I can shut it off for a while. 443. All right, we're burning them down, and you'll notice so many of the enemies are staying away from me, but that's because they're getting snared. If they were to get to me right now, they would absolutely pummel my guy. So really my goal is to keep them far away. We're at 419 right now. Very, very exciting. Miss Sapphire said, so I wanted to learn playing with K3s in a little website, put up a site and image, put K3s, use the Ubuntu image with Apache to serve it, but the image was kind of big. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, that's the thing. Like, I always tell people that, like, when we learn stuff, like, the number one thing is get it running, right? So you got that website running, and that's a huge win, right? Like, I'm terrible with websites, but you got it up, right? Boom, everything's good. And then now, this is where I guess learning continues, right? Because you accomplished your mission, you got your thing working, but then you back up and you go, okay, how do I make this better? How do I make half of this image? Because this thing is bloated, right? I got it working from some, medium.com or what's the one like, what's that one that's like DigitalOcean? Okay, I got that going. Boom. Yeah, 100%. Seeing something work for the first time is huge. And then you go, okay, now how? I've got a working config, set that off to the side. Can I make it 5% better here? Can I do this with the deploy so that now I can roll to a new version? Now, can I do, and there's all these things to start doing once you get that first thing working, which is, by the way, one of the reasons if you ever go like do any of the Ansible stuff that I have, I really just want you guys to get the tool to work the first time. Most of you guys, once you guys have the tool working, you just run off and you already know more of it than me. And I'm like, oh, because I tell you guys all the time and you think I'm kidding, but I show people stuff and then like a week later, they're like, hey, Scott, will you review this for me? And I'm like, oh, shit, that's already better than anything I've ever built, right? But like, it's just, I've always excelled at the basics. Like the simple, how these things work is always the thing that's worked for me. I don't go do crazy complex things. I do simple things well, And then, you guys go and you just add this thing on and add that thing on, and next thing you know, you've got working systems. And then you just do that for your whole career, and everybody's always happy. Then you went to the Alpine image, and they spent hours figuring out why it wasn't working. Yeah. Probably missing things, or it didn't have the port open, or it didn't have some of the libraries or something. Oh, did I just beat 50? I got to 50. So getting to 50 was the first part. We're at 195. So summer only, or this summoner only had to get to that level. Okay. I can now summon all the way up to 99. So my guys can go to much higher levels. So that's awesome. That's going to help my other guys win now. So that's cool. All right, 170 more to win. Got 170 more enemies. I hope there's not some boss that pops up and like just murders me. There's an Nginx container. Yeah, Nginx is one that I use for various things. All right, we got 139 more enemies to go. And then you start getting into the build, right? So now you get a base container and you start to build that container, right? You use like Podman or what's the one that's pretty good for that is the HashiCorp tool, Packer. Packer's a great tool for building your stuff the same way every time. And then you go, oh, wait a minute, they went to a new version, so now I don't want to use latest anymore. I need to use a specific version. That's very important. That'll be a security thing. You never use latest when you pull anything. And then you realize, wait a minute, they're changing stuff and I have no control over that. I need to have a local version of this, and that's when you start running a local repository. And I'll tell you, in your career, and one of the things you guys will hear me say is, I have to control things, right? I have to control. I can't just pull things from an outside repo. It doesn't work. So you're going to slowly start to change all these things to make things better for, like, kind of, you as the, as a deploy, but also as the organization. So anyways, yeah, that's, hopefully that helps you guys out that want to get more into that. Sorry, I was on that little Kubernetes kick there because we were talking about it. But yeah, we use Kubernetes in the home lab. I got 8 more enemies. If I can kill 8 more enemies before they get me, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. I won. Beat the game, but only with this one character. Only with this one guy. So now I'm going to leave this guy on, though, because he can let my characters, my monsters can keep upgrading. All right. We need to do something here real quick. We need to go through, where were those? They were here. So we need to go through these voids real quick. We're just going to kill a whole bunch of monsters. This is going to be a big old mess on the screen for a second. And then, hold on, we did that one. We got to do this one for a second. This is going to be a big old mess on the screen for a second. Upgrade. Oh, not quite yet. Okay. All right. All right, so they're all on this now. I need to go switch to that. Wait, Hayes said just install Codex and use it to port one of your Perl CPAN libraries to a Python pip package, and it worked. Cost 30 cents. To be fair, I could have done the job. Now nobody's going to ask you anything for a couple of weeks, and that's good. All right, let's keep upgrading our little summons here. We want them to level up faster. That's what we're doing here. Okay. Nothing. All right. Just need to let them level up a little more. Yeah, Hayes, how are you doing? Working on anything fun today? Adaverk, I have never played Dangerous Dave. Chris said Alpine had a lot of parallels. Werewolf taking a container and adding kernel to run as a full VM. Nice, yeah. But none of the cluster features. That's your issue with Docker. Every 6 weeks, new installer, new base, everything. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of the industry moved off of Docker as a base. Like Kubernetes moved off of Docker as the base long ago. It's mostly Podman and Cryo now. But I think it's because Podman or Docker was always breaking everything. Like Docker still wrote the the config for the industry, like the base config, but they generally are not the ones that people use anymore from a stability standpoint. That's for sure. All right, now I get to go to the next level. What am I on 7? I get to go to 8. And I'm just updating my my little summon guys because I'll be able to get all these things. So you're doing a Palantir Foundry package and deployment. It's a mess. Oh yeah. I remember, Hayes, that you were saying you were cleaning up a lot of stuff for different people, so I thought it was funny. Adverk said it's a DOS game. No, I never played Dangerous Dave. I did play DOS games. I used to play a game called Spot, which I think was a version of Othello early on, which used the little spots from like 7-Up or whatever. So that was when I was like, I don't know, that was probably early 80s. Because I got a computer when I was 8 years old. My uncle gave us a computer because my family couldn't afford one, but my uncle had been in the Navy, so he gave us, like, he had computers. I think he ran a little computer shop, so he gave us a computer that was older, but it was early, mid 80s, so I was just a kid on there anyways. So CoreWire said distributing a Python package seems like a pain still. You got pip install for local package, but there's PyInstaller exec stuff for poetry. Interesting. Okay. Core wired package distribution on Windows is such a mess that I will not use Python if my intended target is Windows and I love Python. Yeah. I actually do like Python on Windows because then it lets me run Ansible on it. If I have Python on Windows and I have oh yeah, I can get all the way to this next thing. If I have Python on Windows and I have WinRM running, or even secure WinRM, then I can connect via Ansible to it. All right. We want to get to this. I'm colorblind, but I think that's bluish or purple. That's the next little thing I'm trying to get to on the game. Get all my guys to that. All right. All right. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. Then we can close that game forever. But it is a fun little game to watch. I mean, just murder and everything on the screen. It's kind of funny to me. And then just letting in our case, we're just letting our summons get to as high a level as they can. But we're also allowing them to get more experience right now. That's where we're at for right now. Aladdin. I played a early Prince of Persian game. I don't remember playing Aladdin. I played Aladdin on Super Nintendo when I was a kid, but I never played a Win95 game called Aladdin. No. You know what I played on Windows 95 that was fun was what was that game called? It wasn't Psyops, was it? No. Play Dark Souls. Hayes, I can't play. Is Dark Souls one of the? I think that's the. I can't play any of those fast games anymore like I did when I was younger. I'm not as good at them anymore, but they were fun when I was younger. All right, let's see if we can't. All right. Gonna level all our pets up, and then we'll go and we'll smash the next area. Pick our next person that we're gonna beat it with. Chris Jackson, I definitely played Warcraft and Warcraft 2. I definitely played the crap out of those. In fact, I haven't told this story in a long time, but I used to always tell my college students the first time I ever set up a network was in 1995 with a game called Diablo. And it was a modem call to one of my friends, and then they had it on, and then they had it on their modem, and then we played Diablo on modem. And Diablo, you used to be able to call into other people's games that you could find on like I don't know if they called it BattleNet back then, but whatever they called it, and you could go find people's games, and then you'd go in there and you'd send a map up to them. You had these little town portals, and you'd send a town portal up, and then you'd go down and kill them, take their ear, and then leave their game. It was kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, it was such a fun game. You get the godly plate of the whale. It's just like all this mass, and then you'd get the cheats, all the little cheats that you could put into the original Diablo game. It was pretty fun. But yeah, you'd really piss people off. You'd kill them, and then you'd see them later, and you'd take your ear out of the inventory, and you'd take their ear out of the inventory and throw it down to let them know that you killed them. So, Chris Jackson, you got a PC just for Warcraft? Yeah. Yeah, when I was in the Army, I was just living in the barracks the whole time as an infantry guy, but I was like a very early adopter, and this would have been in 2000. I was a very early adopter, literally the year 2000, not like 2000 something. And I would play, I'd be able to get online and I'd download songs and burn them for people, but all that other stuff too. Atavirk, I never played Road Rash. I actually showed a game that I played back when I was a kid. Who remembers this one? Hold on. I'll show you guys a game. You guys want to have gaming discussions? Hold on. Who remembers this game? Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the. Where's our Discord at? Who remembers this game? Anybody ever here play Hump the Wumpus? That game was, man. I played that, so I had that probably early to mid 80s. I had this game. Who knows how you hunt the Wumpus? This game will get you right here. You can go look this one up on YouTube if you want. This one's fun. It's a challenging game too. It's basically like an early, like kind of the same logic as Minesweeper. Colchis, I remember using VPN for the first time to configure some older multiplayer games. Nice. Customer service place worked overnight. Figured out the PC was DOS, so I installed the game, but some type of network mount, and I couldn't wipe it off. Man, guys, Hunt the Wumpus was fun. As a kid, like, I didn't understand it well, but one, as an adult, I'm like, why would you only go into a swamp with this creature called the Wumpus and only have one freaking arrow for your bow? That's one. And two, you guys can go play that game if you want. Yeah, this old school. Guys, we have a whole gaming discussion thing on our Discord. People talk about different games and stuff. Nobody bookshelves in video games. Has like a hammer and a gun, and that's funny. Pair of pliers that you need and a candle. This is like the any of the Resident Evil games, right? Oh yeah, Hayes, I have so much references to Predator, the original Predator movie, in my stuff. In fact, in my monitoring presentation, the overarching discussion is around. The overarching discussion has to do with if it can bleed data, we can monitor it. That's actually the main theme of it. Predator is like hunt the one. Fair. Fair enough. All right, hold on. I gotta get these last things out of the way in this game. All right, just a couple more of these, and then we move on to the next one. Predators hunt the one. That's pretty good. Yeah, Predator was such a fun movie. Gets a little crazy. Predator 2 is a little wild if you ever go watch that. You're like, wait a minute. These gangs are just having like full-on shootouts with the cops in the streets, and it's like full-on war zone. And then the Predator comes back. That's the one with Danny Glover. And it's just like, is it? Yeah, that's his name, right? Yeah, Danny Glover. Anyways, he ends up fighting it, but the Predator's just like killing all the gangsters and the cops and stuff. Anybody that it wants to. And Predator 2, most people don't like talk about ever because it was pretty bad. And then they went into all the other ones, but there's a yeah. The game is super old. It's like Bell Labs Unix 1. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, there's lots of good old games. Yeah, Chris, the second one, we don't even talk about the second one. Like I really thought some of the Predator and Alien stuff that came out later was good. When I was in the Army, so I went to Iraq in '03, and I spent a good amount of time when we set up bases. So I was there when there were no bases, right? There was no forward operating bases when I went. We set them up. As infantry guys, we were out there just wandering around the whole time. But when I did finally have a base after a while, I read a lot of those books, the Predator versus Alien series, or AVP as they call it, Alien versus Predator. And they probably had back in the early 2000s about 50 of those books that were written by different authors. I don't know how many they have now. I'd be willing to bet it's over 100 of the stuff. Yeah, I also like the Alien movies as well. Although that new one, man, it's really funny. I bought the new one on Amazon Prime when it first came out. I was like, oh, watch this. I got nothing to do. I think the wife was out of town and it was like $25 or something. I was like, screw it, I'll buy this movie. And then it was funny, like a week later it was on Netflix and I told the wife and she's like, well, that wasn't a great purchase. And I said, no, and also the movie was terrible. I thought it was one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen. Hold on, but I got to qualify that with something. My wife actually told me I'm not allowed to call a movie the worst movie I've ever seen anymore because she's like, you have to have one. They can't all be the worst. And I'm like, yeah, they're all fighting at the bottom of the pond, to be the worst. She's like, no, you have to have some standard for movies. And I'm like, all right. Well, that one currently, it wasn't the worst movie ever. The one where the kids all go up into the asteroid belt and get on the ship. I didn't think. No, it wasn't the worst one for sure, but it definitely wasn't great. Yeah, I like the first two. Bill Paxton going, it's fucking game over, man. It's game over. This is bullshit, man. I love Bill Paxton. I thought he was such a great actor. So, well, I mean, there's a couple of them are kids. I mean, they're space mining kids. The newest one was like the space mining kids up on the asteroid or whatever. They go up to the ship. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're like in their teens, like mid-teens. I don't think they're all like 18, I guess. So, yeah, Chris, that one. So Chris over on YouTube saying, yeah, the first one free. Yeah, the first one was okay scary, but the second one was definitely like nightmare inducing as a kid for me. Like the first one, I was like, all right, there's this one big alien, whatever. But the second one is like, oh, there's a whole bunch of them, and they're all kinds of terrible. Don't defend any movie, but I was with the movie. You sure they were? I'm pretty sure the one I watched, they were like teenage kids, and I'm pretty sure they brought a girl up there that was like 12 or like 11. I thought she was like autistic or something. No, am I not remembering that movie? Yeah, we were just okay. Fair enough. Hayes, I go like I have college students. I remember the first time this happened to me. It was like in 2018. I had a college student that was born in 2000, and I was like, wait a minute, what? And I'm like, I was in the Army already, like when you were born. And I got a guy that works with me now that was born in 2003 when I was already in Iraq. So I was already in Iraq, and one of the guys that works with me, it's funny because he's an Army guy, but he works with me. He's just in systems stuff. And he and I will talk, and he'll be like, oh, yeah, I wasn't even born yet. And I'm like, oh, my God. But he's a good dude. I was going to call him a good kid, but he's just dude. But all right, where are we at here? All right, so all these are up, so now I can move to the next level. We're just farming now, guys. That's all we're doing. If you're watching the game, I'm just farming shit now. And I'm letting my summons level up to, they can level up to 99 now, so I can let them level up and stuff. Yeah, Hayes, I remember when I first came back, so I would come back when I was in the Army. I would come back home every now and then, but I remember when I first got out this would have been 04, I was working at the school district that I went to school at. So I went back to one of the high schools, my high school, Ironwood, and I ran into my coaches because I did weights and stuff in high school. That was one of those fun things for me, was go lift weights and do advanced PE and stuff. And I ran into some of my old coaches, and we were sitting around talking and stuff, and oh shit, I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah, no, but anyways, like the students would come in, like into the, we'd be back in the locker rooms or whatever, and the students would come in, and I'd be like, what are these, like 12-year-olds? And no, this is like the senior class, and I'm like, they're all short, they're all, You know, they all look like little kids to me or whatever. So that's kind of funny. I've been a curmudgeon since I was like 22 years old. Just an old shaking my fist, get off my lawn, yelling at clouds type. You know, so. Is the most recent Predator the one where the Predator versus Native Americans? That one's called Prey, Atavirk, and that is the most recent Predator. Yes, I actually I made a point when that movie came out. I don't want to spoil any movies for people, but I think Prey is about 3 years old now, so I hope I'm not ruining anything if I say this. But I was going to point out that she takes a performance-enhancing drug and barely kills that thing, but her brother just fucking nothing, just almost killed that thing by himself. So her brother was the badass in that movie. She was cool, but she had to like take the little route that makes her like blood temperature lower or something. I don't know, so that it couldn't see her. But her brother damn near killed that thing in just raw combat, and I was like, this thing's got all the technology and size and speed in the world, and he's just kicking the shit out of it. But her brother doesn't make it. I hope that doesn't spoil it for anybody, but she's the main character. She's the only one that's going to live. But, so, anyways, Mr. Ghost Day, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're talking nonsense right now, but normally we talk system stuff and just hang out or whatever. But, yeah. No, Miss Sapphire, if you didn't know, the alien doesn't win against the humans. Although that's not always the theme in those movies, but in that one, the alien does not win. The Predator, as it is, but the Predator is also an alien, so we have to disambiguate those two terms, right? So, no, the Prey was all right. I didn't think it was like the worst movie I ever saw or anything. Not like I think most movies are, and then my wife again gets mad at me. You can't call every movie the worst movie, and I'm like, I sure can. She's like, you got to qualify it in some way, and I'm like, I'll qualify it when you stop turning my servers off for no reason. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that to her. She'd probably kill me. If you guys don't know, we were doing our Linux group this weekend, our Linux admin course, and all my servers turned off. And I'm like, in the other room, I hear my wife in there, and it's all quiet. And I'm like, what are you doing in my office with all my servers? And she goes, I just unplugged something. And I go, yeah, I know you did. You just turned off all my servers while I'm teaching about 40 people how to do Linux admin. So then I had to bring all my servers back up. So literally the worst. Yeah. But I do have a I have a few movies that'll always be at the bottom of the pile of movies, and I can never say them because everybody always likes them, and then I'm the jerk for having movies I dislike. But like there's some things, like once I'm watching a movie, if there's something that like I just can't process, I won't watch. Like I can't watch the movie anymore. Like for example, did any of you guys ever seen the second Thor movie? The Thor movie where he's out in outer space fighting the Hulk. Any of you guys ever saw that? So this guy who can like raise a hammer, right, and call down thunder and lightning, well, lightning obviously, pass thousands of volts of, thousands of however many, ways you want to measure volts through his body and shoot it at shit. Gets a little thing on his neck that tases him, and it incapacitates him for the whole movie. I can't watch it. I like literally almost turned it off when me and the wife were watching it, and I'm like, I can't. No, the movie itself was funny and great, sure, but I'm just like sitting there, but why is this electricity bothering him? And I literally couldn't watch the movie because of that. But I finished it. No, it's fine movie. I actually really liked him fighting the Hulk and just beating the shit out of each other. That was actually fun. But I told the wife, I'm like, I can't suspend this kind of disbelief. This guy passes like thousands of times the amount of voltage through his body all the time, and he gets this little thing on his neck that goes zzz. That would feel like a jolt of coffee or something to me. Like, yeah. But yeah, it was definitely fun for other reasons, mainly just beating the shit out of the Hulk too. But yeah. But we're not necessarily talking movies and stuff. We're just kind of hanging out. If we all thought that way, then we would be 90% of Hollywood. No. Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Proper. Yeah, I definitely try to suspend disbelief, but sometimes so I'll give you guys one that as an engineer I couldn't suspend disbelief. I've actually never finished this movie because of this. Have any of you guys here ever seen the newest RoboCop. And when I say newest, I think it's 2016. I've still never finished this movie. Anybody here ever seen RoboCop? Like the new one, right? Not the old one. The old ones were funny and great and stuff, and they were like from when I was a kid. But the newest RoboCop, 2016. There's a scene in that movie that I literally turned it off and would not watch it again. I still haven't finished it to this day. You guys want to hear what it is? All right. Hold on. I got to tell you why, guys. I got to tell you why. Some of you are going to believe me, and some of you are going to be like, holy shit, that's right. All right. I've been an engineer for 22 years now, right? And this guy who builds RoboCop is a great medical and doctor and engineer, and he's brilliant, right? And he understands... Hayes, I won't give a spoiler. This is about halfway through the movie. I literally turned it off. I've never finished this movie because of this. And some of you guys are going to be like, this guy's an asshole. Well, I am an asshole, but hold on. This scene is why I couldn't finish this movie. Terrible movies, Rising Sun with Wesley Snipes and Sean Connery. I don't know if I've ever seen that, Chris Jackson. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie. But hold on, let me tell you this one about RoboCop real quick. So, he builds RoboCop. He's one of the greatest engineers ever. Runs him through the testing, this and this and this. They're about to send him out on stage. It's about halfway through the movie. Well, halfway through the movie is all I ever made it because of this. They're about to send him out on stage, and he goes, "Oh, wait, I got this one last thing I want to do." And I'm sitting there going, "You're making a change right before you go to prod? Okay. I'm going to upload 10 or 15 terabytes of data into his memory of all the bad events that have ever happened." And I'm going, hold on. The best fucking engineer in the world is changing something right before he goes to prod? No. Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. I turned the movie off. I've never watched. I watched him crap out, and I'm like, as you would if you were an engineer who changed something right before it goes to prod. And I said, I simply can't suspend this disbelief anymore. That guy is not capable of building that robot cop. And I turned it off. And I've literally never finished that movie. Yeah, he's not using version control. Fair, yeah. Who would ever flood all that data into a system literally as you're going into prod? Oh, Hayes, was he bribed to do that? Because I'm telling you right now, I would have never done it as an engineer. I would have been like, see, I never know that because I didn't finish the fucking movie. I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, there's got to be a reason he did this. I couldn't do it, Hayes. I couldn't. I was like, on myself, like as an engineer, I can't do this. So I turned it off. And I still never finished that movie. Maybe I'll give it a chance one of these days. But at least I didn't call it the worst movie ever. Because the wife gets mad at me if I call things the worst movie ever. All right, hold on. We're finishing up this this thing on this game here. So that is funny. The original was I went back and rewatched the original two, like the first two. And I had forgotten as a kid watching that one. I'm like, how did they let me watch this as a kid? This was so unnecessarily gory, but I loved it. And then, that scene though where that guy loads up all that data, I just couldn't do it. Never slipped in a laugh. IO fault, I probably have early in my career, but I don't do them anymore because now I know. Now I know that I'll make some kind of mistake. What's the there's a movie I walked out of the theaters once. Have you seen the new Judge Dredd? The newer one? Yeah. But I got something to say about that, but people won't like it. I didn't mind the new Judge Dredd, but I think it's from 2012. And the reason I say 2012 is because I'm pretty sure. So let me just say this about the movie Judge Dredd. It wasn't the best movie of that year that had to do with cops getting caught in a skyrise fighting a drug kingpin where they're trapped. It wasn't the best one of those movies that year because the best one that year was The Raid. And it was basically The Raid. They came out the same year, but The Raid was better than Judge Dredd. So while Judge Dredd was a fine movie for what it was, the original Raid movie was so much better. And if you guys haven't seen that, that's a great movie. Great movie, good fight scenes, and just. But they came out the same year. So it's like we're trapped in a skyrise, we're cops, we're against a drug kingpin, And I remember watching because I saw the raid first before Judge Dredd, and I was like, did Judge Dredd copy their homework? Like, what the hell is this? They came out the same year if you go look them up. So while I didn't mind Judge Dredd, I just didn't think it was as good as the raid. And then I always made that joke about how it wasn't the best cop movie where they get trapped in a skyrise against a drug kingpin and they run out of ammo and have to, get down to the last few people of that year. What was that, the old boy? I don't know if I ever saw that. Old boy, was that I'm not sure what that is. I've seen that name before, but I don't know what that is. Hayes, have fun with your deployment. That's funny. Mile over on YouTube. Hello, how often do you have the session? Is there some learning group that works with you, or do you have a course for beginners in Linux world? Yeah, so all those things. Hold on, let me link this over to you. Over on the YouTube side, we have a Discord, and the Discord is basically just a bunch of people that do Linux. And to answer the question, yeah, we run a Linux Sysadmin course a couple times a year. It deals with, so obviously Linux is, a thing that we all play with, and getting your hands on Linux, you can go do that. There's some really good tools like this tool Killer Coda here, which is a free tool for getting into, I'm just going to do just regular Killer Coda and link that. That'll just get you in Linux, right? But then for people who are like, well, I'm okay with doing Linux, but I want to learn how to do it as a systems administrator, like in a company, that's kind of what our group focuses on a lot, which is getting you guys into doing that stuff professionally. So yeah, I think it's Melee. I don't know how to say that. Sorry, I can't really see it very well either because I'm looking at a smaller screen. Yeah, we do this. I tend to be on Twitch or YouTube a few times a week, maybe 3 or 4, and then yeah, we're always down in Discord just hanging out and talking shop. So you guys are welcome to hang out down there. And the goal of that group is to get you guys that are doing this as fun hobbyists and messing around, is to get you guys doing this stuff professionally. That's our goal. I'm just kind of hanging out today talking shop about other stuff and talking movies and stuff, and messing around a little. I'm also waiting. I'm waiting on government clearance. Well, not clearance. The government access to the system that I'm trying to get into for work. So that's what I'm doing. Probably got to clean up some documentation that I wrote a while back too. So. What's Melee? Oh, Melee? Melee? I don't know. I say it both ways. I don't know which way's right. See, this thing picks it up as both Melee and Melee. I think most people say it. I think people mostly say it Melee. Like melee range. I don't know if there's a correct way to pronounce that. Yeah. No, but his name over there is Mile, so that's Melee. Or maybe it is Melee. I don't know. Anyways, so we got Twitch and YouTube going. We're not working too hard. We're just kind of hanging out right now. Also, looks like we're on ad break for the Twitch side of things. So. We do have an event coming up. If you do go in the Discord, there's a whole bunch of events. And Saturday night, we're going to be doing interviews for people that want to practice their interview skills. Oh, Melee is closer to the French original. Nice. Okay. I didn't even know that was a French word. Hold on, let me get the last of these little things in my game here. I think. We're almost good. We're almost to the end of this. Let the game run some more. All right, the game's running in the background, just killing monsters, playing video games. Yeah, but the group is called the Professional Linux Users Group. You will find that we are both professional and unprofessional, which I think is kind of funny. But we, at the end of the day, most all of us are doing some type of Linux, and most all of us are trying to either perfect our craft in the, engineering space. Some of us work for people, some of us consult. I've got architects in there. I've got all kinds of people in there doing all kinds of stuff. But at the end of the day, the goal is to get better at doing this stuff and helping you guys get into the space and working on Linux if that's what you want to do. So, yeah, Melee. Yep. Kind of interested in how long it's taken my guy to kill these dudes. Should be much faster. All right, boom, boom. Almost done. So speaking of movies then, has anybody watched any good ones lately? Obviously we don't want spoilers, but anybody seen any good ones? I've heard good things about that Sinners movie, but I don't know if I'm going to drag the wife out for that one. I'm always looking for another good movie to keep an eye on. Yeah, Chris, I do think it is a dialect thing because I've heard both Melee and Melee in my life. So yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Colchis, I just saw American Sniper pop up on Netflix. I think was it Netflix or Hulu? One of those. I just saw that pop up on there. So. Yeah. Yeah. I actually just saw that pop up. I almost started that the other day. Bradley Cooper as Chris Kyle. And then, I don't know how far they go into it, but, I remember when he died, man, the way that happened was not great. Was not. Yeah, and the way he got killed by a guy that was like, well, I just liked that he had a truck and I just wanted to take his truck, and it's like, motherfucker, there's better ways to get a truck than killing somebody, Oh, cool, because you hadn't heard of him before. Oh no, he was pretty well known, and so I was an infantry guy. He was pretty well known in most of the combat arms circles. Yep. Although I got out before any of that stuff. I was only there at the beginning of Iraq, so I wasn't there when people were doing any of that other stuff. Sorry, I'm watching my guy. I want to see him finish killing these guys off so I can get my summons up. Almost done. I know it's not subject to stream, but what do you think end of life for Windows 10 in October? Bring more users to Linux since a lot of solid performing hardware. Not be able to use Windows 11 in a legit way without any hacks. Yeah, I don't know. So there's always, so here's my thing, and this is from a guy who I used to run, when I was in college, I ran all Linux everywhere. I do run Linux all everywhere except on my desktop, right? But when I was in college, I ran on my desktop. And the Linux desktop is always going to have the problem of usability. one of the things that Microsoft and their Windows package has always done for like the average, let's say just some grandma that's not going to learn any tech, is that out of the box it just works. And like a Linux desktop, highly customizable, super great for like a super user, but not super useful for somebody who like has to make like a bunch of decisions around how their system's set up. No, like when we talk about something being vanilla and just like general availability for people, like Windows has always done that better, unfortunately. And also, like for gaming, I know that Steam Deck has made Linux a lot more like palatable for people, but even now for the average like first-person shooter type gamer, they're not going to get like the responsiveness they want for their gaming out of like a Linux system, you know. So, anyways, that being said, I'm interested in what's going to happen with Windows 11. I've been staying away from that. I have a hard time committing going back hard to Linux because while I do enjoy adminning Linux at work and doing all command line, I have never enjoyed a Linux GUI my entire career. Maybe some people would say, that's like, that is a purist thing or that's not a purist thing. And I don't know what the right answer is, but I tell you, I've never admin Linux out of a GUI in my career. I've only ever done it in some like home stuff when I was in college, right? So anyways, my point in all that is, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think Linux is ever going to be highly adopted on a desktop anywhere because I've been in some really high tech companies, and even in the most like purest company around, they're not running it. And for example, right, like you might say, well, what about like Red Hat? Do all the Red Hat guys run Linux on their desktop? All the engineers that ever came out when I was working at AAA, they always ran Fedora on their desktop, right? So you might say, well, why didn't you run Red Hat? Why didn't you run your flagship Red Hat program? Well, because the GUI on there is fucking garbage, right? So they ran Fedora because it was a little more for them. So anyways, I don't know. Let's see. You said I just reinstalled Popos a few days ago, and I've gone back to doing Drive in Linux after several months. Nice. Yeah. I was asked a question on YouTube about the end of life for Windows 10, and I don't know how Windows 11 is going to handle. But I just tell you, man, I've been, you know, a Linux guy my whole career, always command line, and anything I've ever had to even try, I don't even like TUIs, like TUIs. If you guys are familiar with those, they're called TUIs, which are like terminal. I don't even like using those if I can avoid it because you can't script it, you can't automate it if you're dealing with a TUI at that point, right? Holding out for Windows 12. Is that, I don't know when that's coming, but I know that 10 is going to stop being supported here soon. So Adaverk said you can't get cheap secondhand or pre-owned laptops anymore. I have a like 12 laptops here from my old college that are not they were decommissioned years ago, but they're too small to run most things. I think they're technically like 1 core 2 gig systems, so you can't even like Kali is a little heavy for them. When Windows drops all those, yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, I just run mostly on commodity hardware. I actually might start building up the home lab a little bit here, and I might get some like InfiniBand switches and show you guys how to build the back-end InfiniBand stuff. Get some old Mellanox cards. I have a fair amount of contacts that I could probably get a hold of some of that stuff for probably just shipping costs. Actually, sometimes people are just trying to get that stuff out of their data center, you know, once it's out of like warranty. But it's like for a home lab, that's fine. You don't mind if it's in warranty anymore, really. Where are my teeth? You're here. How's it going? Hope Win 12 is a redo of Win 8. That's funny. Chris said you got Windows 11 on a $99 laptop from Amazon Returns. Nice. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where any of that stuff's going. I don't keep up on a lot of the trends in that space. I mostly spend my time just making sure my stuff's stable and secure and keeping track of everything being as locked down as it can be and that kind of stuff. Adverk said I never show my home lab. I show my home lab stuff all the time. Yeah, Well, hold on. I gotta turn this on. Hold on. Yeah, I show my home stuff all the time. Where's my XCPNG? Huh. Gotta minimize it and bring it back up, apparently. Oh, is it not up in front of everything? Yeah. I show you guys my home lab hardware here. So these are my physical boxes here, right? And if you're talking like going into them, I don't jump into them often, but I can, hold on a second here. Yeah, I could jump into them. Like if you're wondering what they are. So the problem is they're not in my host file. I don't keep my lab stuff in my host file because I don't want this. If this were ever compromised, I don't want it to be easy for people to find the other stuff. But if I SSH to 192.168.11.198, I think would be one of them, right? So here's my XCPNG system. So, and what's he doing? Yeah, and this is my physical server here. One of my physical servers. He only rebooted this weekend too. That's his Dell information. Information about him. System that he is, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'll show you guys the home lab stuff if you want to know. It's in the closet, is it in the living room? No, it's in a little half rack. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Give me a second. Give me a few seconds here. I'll pull it up real quick. Oh, also, I just realized that is behind. So let me hold on. My alert box needs to be in front of that. There we go. All right. Transition that over. Then if anybody else follows, it'll go up in front. Hold on a second. You guys want to see the equipment? Hold on, I'm dropping in the chat or in the Discord. I got to pull Discord back up now. Hold on. Discord. Transition back over to Discord, and then go scroll up to Home Lab. Yeah, this is the Home Lab. That's a little half rack right there. Kind of dusty in there. Probably should treat my Home Lab a little better. Yeah, you guys can see that, right? Yeah. That's a little home lab right there. I probably should, again, dust these guys off. Because poor them. I don't treat them very good. They're fine. A little dust never clogged up anything and stopped everything from working, ever. Yeah. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then there's 4 down there. Those are my 4 boxes. R720, 620. I don't know what that bottom one is. Yeah, so there's the home lab. My keyboard is not a super expensive one. Hold on, I can find that if you guys want to know. What do I do on the home lab? I do all kinds of things. Give me a second here. Let me turn off the Discord here real quick again. I'll show you guys what I do in the home lab. In the home lab, we do this. So over here. We'll go over here. History. We run a whole bunch of servers that allow you guys to see. You guys can use them as lab boxes typically. There's 44 of these. And then I also do a whole bunch of monitoring in the home lab. Most of the monitoring is set up. I don't know why this thing's not spinning, but all the monitoring, track and ranger, that stuff's all done through my Discord or through my home lab. So it's all stuff that I do out there. Yeah, just kind of keep everything running. It's a big part of it. So yeah, hopefully that answers that question about the lab. Are they loud? Nobody works or sleeps in there. No, that's my old server, or that's my old office. I moved my office to the room over. They are not super loud unless they're being rebooted. Yeah, they're fine out of work. They just kind of sit in there by themselves now. And then that room's a little warmer than the rest of the house because it's over the garage, so it stays a little warmer than the rest of the house. But all in all, it's a pretty good little office. They stay down at if I had to guess, they're probably about 30 decibels most of the day. They're not loud. So, and then what do we do in the home lab? We run everything. We run the Prolog website right there that you guys see off of it. We run all the monitoring, all the login stuff for you guys to get in and do the labs and stuff. So if any of you guys are in the course, that stuff's all in there. But no, I used to work in there though until a couple weeks ago. Now I'm working in my other office, so I do everything out of this office now, the other room, which is much cooler. In fact, sometimes I got a little blanket I put on me in this other office. And normally I'm on stream. It's just when I'm doing co-working like this, I don't hop on stream. We just kind of hang out in this other window. T-Master, you said, what do I think about Windows Server? I've had some experience with the government. They're not using Windows on desktops. Or they're using Windows on desktops and RHEL on servers. So, I haven't maintained Windows servers in a long time directly. I was the platform lead at a company, so I did have to indirectly deal with Windows quite a bit. And mostly I just interacted with it through PowerShell. So, my main problem with Windows Server from like a sysadmin, if you just step back and say sysadmin systems engineering, from a sysadmin perspective, I never thought it was very challenging. From a systems engineering standpoint, I never liked that I didn't have as much control over what was going on. The reason I prefer Linux in general is because it's much more like I have full control over everything I'm doing inside of the systems that I build. And so when you see me do like build outs of stuff and work through stuff, you'll find that that I just have like full control of what I'm doing, full control of the OS and how it behaves, and if I want to strip some part out, I can, as long as I understand what I'm pulling out with it, right? So I find Linux to be the superior in that space as far as that. Now, what Microsoft has on lock is Active Directory and email. Their ability to present Outlook email to people tends to be better than any crap that I've seen come out of the open source community, and that's sad that that's true, but it just is a thing. So yeah, T-Master, that's what I would tell you is, and then normally just as the professional Linux users group, our goal is to get people doing professional Linux. We want you guys that are doing this stuff as for fun and in the amateur space and maybe just as a hobby to be able to go and do this stuff professionally if you wanted to, right? Not everybody wants to do it professionally, but for people that do, we want to make it possible for you to do that. So that's the T, if you will. Yeah, that's another thing. Microsoft really did standardize a lot of stuff, and third-party development. Yeah, if somebody just wants to be in the business of having things work, that's definitely something that Microsoft worked well at. But when we're talking customization and speed of systems, if you go look at the top 500 supercomputers in the world, which is on top500.org, every single one of them runs Linux. So, like, all the fastest supercomputers in all the world, literally, I'm not, that's not hyperbole. All 500 of them run Linux, right? Of the fastest supercomputers in the world. And you say, well, what's the definition of fastest? Well, we use a thing called LinPack, and it comes out to what we call flops, right? The number of floating operations per second that you can perform and store. Not just perform them. You can't just do it and throw it away. You have to do it, move it across the network, and store it persistently somewhere, right? So you guys can look at how that standard all works or whatever. So also, sorry, I got to go look through my emails real quick. Speaking of emails. All right. So that's that. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to. All I gotta do is finish this damn game up. It's like as soon as I finished everything, a couple other things popped up that I didn't know I was gonna have to still do. So hold on. We gotta go. We're just gonna go to the normal void keep. We're gonna go to this normal area and see if we can't get a few more of these. Gotta get the last of these little things done so that we can move on. Got that. Good. I'm just looking at this little game in the bottom corner there in case you guys are wondering. But yeah, and then the other things we do in the lab, we run. Obviously, I got the werewolf stuff running. This is just monitoring here and looking at some of the things that we have hardened in the system, and then monitoring how the system is running by looking at the logs. This is just a little while loop that I wrote that just keeps track of everything while we're sitting here talking. So then I can just look up real quick and make sure that all my stuff's happening the way that I expect it to, and I can kind of go on about my day. So yeah, and I work in arguably one of the biggest data set spaces, because I work in the oh, did my thing break? Hold on. My thing broke. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, I work in arguably one of the biggest data spaces because I work with NOAA, and I work specifically with the programs that do the environmental prediction. So prediction of weather and those kind of things. Those are the kind of things that I work with. Let me get rid of. Hold on, that's a bit bright. That's fine, but we'll go look at our Linux labs. So yeah, that's it's kind of stuff that we kind of look at. Okay, hold on, that's going up. All right, we're down to just those last ones. So x86 is 47-bit memory address, and that's I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I've been using x86 64 for the last 15 years or so, 10 years for sure. Yeah, I don't know about x86 itself, but yeah, I do my systems ingest about 2 million sensors a day, and then they run all their all their other stuff from there. Get rid of the Cisco stuff. All right, good. There we go. We're getting to the end of this game. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna set this on stage 6. Go back in there. All right. Now we're trying to just finish this stupid game up. That's the goal. Yeah, actually, you know, it's funny. One of the top 500 machines was ARM-based. The number one system, the Fukushima system out of Japan, it's ARM-based. ARM-based processor, and it was number one in 2020. But it is Fukushima the name of that reactor? Anyways, whatever it is, you guys can look it up if you want. They keep all the old versions of them. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely good stuff happening in that space. A lot of stuff moving. NVIDIA and Dell have an interesting tool coming out soon with their new chipset that's going to be closer to memory. There's not going to be a bus in between the GPUs and the memory, meaning we're going to be able to use GPUs more efficiently. Because GPUs are by far the processing king right now. But when they deal with big memory sets, they had to go further for memory, and they ended up not getting all the speed. Fukushima is the name of that reactor that blew, but I believe that's also the name. Let me go look. Top 500. Let's see. Maybe I'm thinking of that wrong. I think it's number 5 or 6 now. It's not the top in the world anymore. But let's go see where he's at. Top 500. We'll go with the most recent one. He has dropped to Fugaku. That's what it is. He's dropped to number 6, but he was in 2020. He was number 1 out of Japan. Now look, Italy's got one. United States on Azure. Oh, I didn't know there was one on Azure. And then typically the two big ones, El Capitan by Cray. Cray was bought by HPE in 2020 as well. So Frontier by Cray HPE as well. Those are the two big ones. The two big boys right now. They're blowing these other guys out of the water. But look how many cores they have to do to get it. And then they're petaflops. You got the theoretical and then the actual. So here's the max and then here's the peak that they think they can hit. I think this is the max they hit and this is the theoretical max, I think. Not 100% sure. I haven't done that in a while. Ones that I work on are still on this list, but they debuted at 37 and 38 when they came out. So, not that big of a deal, but that's out there. All right. Try to get the last of this little pet stuff done. Who did you say is building that new standard? It's Dell and NVIDIA. They're working together on it. Dell and NVIDIA. Yeah. Yep. They got a chip that I'm pretty sure they've already released information on it. So, but that's coming out, and I'm supposed to be helping build one of their new supercomputers with it. Me and my company. We build a lot of stuff for Dell. I mean, they'll design and architect it, but we'll lay the OSs on it, the operating systems, and make it useful for people. That's what I end up doing on a lot of government projects. I'm the guy that makes the system that's been designed run, at the efficiency that it's supposed to be. I focus mainly on the stability and getting the system built, but that's that. Does thing about the list. These systems are all super customized for specific job. That's true to a certain extent, but the test is a generic test. Yeah, actually, so the Chris, that's in fact that actually became a problem with some of the Chinese supercomputers. They had to exclude some of them because they were arbitrarily changing protocols and stuff just so they could do certain things faster. That's why that LinPack test is so generic. It's you have to be able to do actual floating point operations against any math. So, yeah. Vivana said, what are these huge computers usually used for? Change detection and satellites. So you take a picture from a satellite, a week later you take a picture, you see what's different. That's useful for battlefield, looking for IEDs. That's useful for monitoring countries and seeing how much, they've worked on like a building site, or seeing where they're breaking ground for government stuff. All kinds of stuff. It's useful for, we use them for tracking weather. All our weather stuff is done through those big supercomputers. So knowing weather prediction, and weather prediction is highly accurate for like 5 days out, but it's less accurate 10 days out, right? And that kind of stuff. So, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Atavirk, you're going to run Docker on a phone? I mean, I guess that would work. I mean, it's probably fine as long as you get your tech stack working and you get an OS, and then whatever you want to run underneath it. You do whatever you want. So hopefully that'll work. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, we track. Yeah, we have 2 million sensors that we ingest daily. That's the average NOAA. That's all. By the way, nothing I've said here you couldn't go find on public releases from them, right? Like I'm telling you guys stuff that's all public. In fact, I only ever talk about things that are publicly available. So, just in case anybody's wondering about that. All right, come on, system. All we need to do is get these last like 4 upgrades, and then we can go about our day here. Yeah. Chris, I saw some where they stripped the TCP/IP stack out, and instead of having like actual TCP/IP doing their networking, they were literally just sending frames of exactly the traffic to the other system, so that all it did was pull it out and use it. There was no full TCP, stack to the system. So it's, yeah, there's all kinds of things that people did to play with getting faster scores on that, especially when like certain countries were trying to get ahead and say, hey, we've got the best supercomputers or whatever. But no, currently right now, if you guys go look at the top 500, it's gonna be America, and then down into like Japan, and then I think Italy's on there and that kind of stuff. So, but you guys can look those up. You can see all the history of them. It's pretty cool little way that they validate all that too. So, interesting stuff. I mean, it's kind of like taking your race car out to the track, and why build a race car if you're not going to take it to the track and actually race it, right? See how fast it goes. So, yeah. But you guys got to remember too, some of these systems are built for very specific things. Like the stuff that I do with NOAA is designed. I mean, it's designed to be as fast as possible at just, whatever weather prediction stuff it's doing. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, Chris, they do still do nuclear tests that way for sure. Nuclear testing without having to actually do bombs. Fair enough. Let's see. Hold on. We're almost done. We got like just a little bit left in this game, and then we can just turn it off. Also, getting friend requests on. What's going on here? That's weird. All right. Over on YouTube, Gilgamesh said, I'm an MSP sysadmin doing the course actively for fun and learning. Truly appreciate everything you're providing to the community. Nice. Yeah, the goal of this is to get you guys to do this stuff better. And if you're already doing it, that's awesome. You probably have some good things to show other people, which I think is, super valuable when people that are doing this come in and give their perspective. I think that helps a lot too, because it helps show people that, this is something you can do. We don't have to know everything before we start, right? We just have to know enough to be effective, and then we learn on the job, as it were, get better. So, yeah, that's awesome. Glad we. I'm kind of always glad when people find the group too, because like people be like, "Oh man, I wish I had this a long time ago," and it's like, yeah, we've been sitting here. The group's been around for 11 years. We've been on Discord for 6 of them, so we're trying to get more people to show up. And yeah, MSP is a managed service provider, typically like some kind of yep, typically some kind of not necessarily like internet service provider, but they can sometimes be rolled up from internet service providers. So managed services may be other things as well, but yep. Managed services of some type. So those are common terms. You'll see ISP, internet service provider, MSP, managed service provider. You'll see VAR, which is value added reseller. So a value added reseller would be like, okay, we resell these Dell components, but what we add to the process is we set it all up for you. So service multiple clients with IT services. Nice. Yep. And I always tell people, like, if you're in like one of the labs or something and you find something that's useful, like, you don't even have to ask, just take it. One, I don't even know why anybody would ask, but let's say, because I've had people ask me like out of the Killer Coda labs, hey, can I use that? Use whatever you guys want. Like, there's not like some other more right way to do Ansible than the way that works, So absolutely, yeah. If you guys ever find any of that stuff, I mean, I love hearing that you guys are using stuff, but like, there's no permission needed. It's all available out there for you guys to use. And Killer Code is one of my favorite things to get. Like, if somebody tells me I do zero Linux, Scott, I want to start learning Linux today, I would drop you down into Killer Coda with a little backpack and be like, here you go, have fun. You can join the group whenever. You can join the Linux sysadmin stuff, but really, like, getting your hands on Linux is going to be the most productive thing to get you into doing it daily. So, Vivana, I think mostly it's YouTube and Twitch now. When we first started, probably the first like 300 members were just people I knew personally from being an engineer for so long, and people that I just knew, and maybe some former college students that hopped in and stuff like that, just people that I had kept in touch with. But then I'd say like 300 through almost 4,000 now, because we're almost up to 4,000, have all just been through Twitch and YouTube. Just go out here and kind of hang out and tell you guys that there's a place to go hang out. And, then I tell people all the time, like, it's not supposed to be the Scott show. It's supposed to be for you guys. And then more recently, probably in the last year or so, a lot of people have been stepping up and saying, hey, I can add this, or I can, recently one of our guys started running like a little bash group. And when we were doing the sysadmin course, some of the people stepped up and started running the, what's it called? They started running the, like little study groups for people outside of our normal groups. So then it was like all the content we were going over, but then you were working and hanging out with other people. And we've had, I'd say over the course of the time that we've been running Prolog on Discord, we've probably had about 100 people get jobs just from networking and talking to other people and stuff. So that always feels good, when you find, like, not that I found anybody a job, they talk to somebody else and they're like, oh yeah, we need somebody just like you. Why don't I just recommend you? And then next thing you know, somebody's got a job, and we've had quite a few of those over the years. And I'd say that's one of the more rewarding things. Like, I'll take screenshots of that and send it to the wife and be like, look, it matters to people. So, Yeah. So that's it. Yeah, Vivana. It's mostly just us hanging out here and letting people know, and then the people that are interested in doing it will do it. And I always tell people, like, if you hang out in the group for like 5 minutes and you're like, I can't stand these people for another minute, find, like, it's not gonna hurt our feelings. Find somewhere. Maybe maybe one of these other tech streamers, maybe one of these other guys that are doing like high energy, yelling at you about NeoVim and shit. Maybe that's the thing that gets you going, and that's what some people need. So like I tell people, go there. Like, just find somebody that's doing this stuff that's gonna help you get better. But some of that stuff, I think of that stuff as infotainment. I don't think any of that's useful, but that's coming from me. Maybe I'm a bit snobbish from being a college professor for so long, but I don't think any of that stuff's useful. Just rotting your brain. But then again, I'm sitting here playing a video game, so what do I know? So yeah, Vivana. Yeah, but definitely people are allowed to hang out and participate as much or as little as they want, right? We don't keep any attendance or anything like that. People just show up and do whatever they need. Hopefully they find good value out of it. Let's go. Speaking of good value, let's go finish this stupid. We're on the last little bit right here for this wolf. So Chris, you said Bosch actually simulates liquid flow in washing machines on 64,000 Xeon core. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Have you guys ever seen some of the liquid flow stuff you can do in like even just Blender? By the way, we have an expert in Blender in our server. One of our guys teaches people Blender. He also teaches people basic graphics stuff because he went to school for that. But yeah, and he's that's what he does. He runs. I don't know if that's what he's doing now because he just moved recently, but he runs little courses on Blender, right? One of the guys in our server. So Blender's a really awesome tool for rendering and stuff, and there's some really cool liquid flow stuff that can be done in there. So that's actually kind of cool, Chris. Yeah, I hadn't seen that they use that many cores, but I remember early Blender, people used to they would run it in their company, and then they would set up internal to their company when all their engineers would go to sleep. They would just turn all their desktops into render farms, and I always thought that was kind of a cool little project. Hold on a second, I gotta get some water. Excuse me. Got some water here. Miss Sapphire, is there a good channel in the Discord to look at some networking or processing diagrams? Yeah, we have a network channel. Typically, people talk in there, networking stuff. But yeah, you can always drop stuff. Any of like the top channels are kind of like the more tech focused ones. But yeah, you can always ask questions in any of those, or if you want somebody to review something. I always use general or off topic for most things. Like general if it's tech related, off topic if it's not. And then there's various versions of off topic, like if you want gaming discussion or memes or something like that. I always joke around about the whole purpose of Discord really is to get you guys like working as a meme farm for me, so I don't have to go look for my own memes anymore. I can just wake up and harvest memes out of there every morning. But apparently we got to be bigger than 4,000 people for the meme farm to start. So, or the really to get some good good memes in there every night. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, I have some drawings I can include too if people want to see like how I do networks. But I mean, I think you guys have seen too some of my drawings. So as a former network engineer, I started my career as a network admin, network engineer. I always look at drawings as two types. There's the physical layout and there's the logical flow, right? So the physical layout, if you can, should be, however the data are moving. And then the logical flow is like once something, once we stop talking about the physical and just the way that it goes from this box to this box to this box, that's the kind of way I look at things. So I always have like a physical topology or flow in my head and then a logical topology or flow, which I think just comes from my background in Cisco when I started. Sometimes I try to see if I can combine them, but there's always some little thing that'll make you want to focus on one or the other more, you know, depending on what you're trying to show. I think a lot of my diagrams end up being logical. Also, I found some fun things. So I've been using PowerPoint like my whole teaching career, but I just found out the other day that I could take my outlined notes and dump them right into PowerPoint, and it'll just make the slides all for me. I didn't know I could do that. And like I knew I could drop things in, obviously, as I make slides, but I didn't realize it would generate them all and render them myself, like for me. So that's actually really that's been a really cool thing. So now I have, like, it makes my generation of the weekly content a lot faster. That's kind of cool. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, I definitely, like, I use the top channels as, like, all my technical stuff. I think it's called Tech Talk. And then I have all the, like, any off topic, you can pretty much drop whatever. But that sounds like it's very on topic since it's network diagrams. So I'd put it under networking. Try not to be too tired right now. It is the middle of the day. Actually, it's not even the middle of the day for me yet. If I can get these last two things done. Nope, not quite yet. Everything else is maxed. I just need these last couple things maxed up. Looks like we got some good discussions going in on the Linux stuff, so that's good for the courses. Complaint departments, always good complaint stuff. All right. Miss Sapphire said, in my experience, is it mostly Cisco network? Yeah, Cisco's kind of got the networking on lock for normal systems, but I'll tell you, in the high performance compute world, you really need to know your Mellanox InfiniBand type stuff. But that is all owned by Mellanox, which owned InfiniBand, got bought by NVIDIA a few years back. So you do need to know that kind of stuff. In fact, I found out the other day, somebody mentioned that there's actually a cert for that. I didn't even realize that. I'm probably not going to get it. I do work in Mellanox switches quite a bit, but I don't feel the need to get one of their certs. I think I work in their stuff enough that it's probably fine that I don't get one of their certs right now. But InfiniBand is its own little beast, its own type of networking. You don't need, strictly speaking, you don't need to even run TCP/IP over an InfiniBand stack. But we do it so that we can also connect to servers over it, because if you choose to leave it on, then you can also have SSH over it. So that's kind of a nice little, I wouldn't call it a backdoor, but it's a secondary way into a system if the normal network's down. So I was going to say, we're just hanging out, not working too hard. It's kind of just a co-working day while I'm looking at other stuff in my system, keeping my, actually I got to check some logs, check some meetings, make sure I don't have anything coming up here. Yeah, should be good. Yeah, nothing too crazy going on, so should be good. Yeah, in fact, most of the stuff, like even if I were to show people now, like how you get in a network switch or network device generic, and then how you go in and you're in user exec mode, and then you go up to privilege exec, which is basically just root, and then you go into global configuration mode, which is just any configuration mode that has config for Cisco, but most all networking devices have emulated that. And then in there, we can jump into any sub interface mode and configure whatever sub interfaces we need. And then we just make sure that we write out the mem when we're done. Like this is like the standard workflow of all like networking type work. And I think between that, like just that basic knowledge, if most of you guys practice it or wanted to learn it, you guys could do networking pretty straightforward, right? Like I think that's most of the stuff kind of going on. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Then sometimes you get broken drivers even from NVIDIA, and you got to jump over to the open source ones because they work better with certain hardware. And it's just interesting that the type of problems that you're like, oh, I never thought I was going to have to dig into this today, but this is what I'm doing today, troubleshooting this little guy, and I build a lot of container images for Werewolf, so it's like I got to make sure all my stuff is accurate and can reboot and come up clean, and yeah, it's all interesting, sometimes. Well, let me get this last little bit out of the way. Is it done? We're almost done. We just need to get our it's our last thing right here in the game. Yeah, so we're just hanging out, and then we're watching the system spin, and we're making sure that everything's kind of moving. NVIDIA is a really small company in terms of... Yeah, I actually read something the other day that NVIDIA had... Was it NVIDIA had retired more millionaires or something? And I thought that was interesting because you know who I always thought it was before that? I read something about NVIDIA, like 90% of people there have... some wild stat, but you know who I always thought retired more millionaires than any other company, and I'm pretty sure this was true in the 90s, was UPS, right? The not USPS, right? Not United States Postal Service, but UPS, the company UPS, Brown. Because my brother worked for them, and he used to make so much damn money as a driver, and then he jumped over to management, and they paid them really well too. But also they get like a tremendous amount of shares in the company and just like a lot of value out of working there. But they end up with random knowledge gaps. Yeah, I'm sure. That is one of the things that happens in any industry is if there's a hard barrier to entry or a lot of people are aging out. We're getting that. I mean, even in high performance compute. I work with guys, when I first started on this program, I was 38, and I've told you guys this before. The average guy on my team, the average age of my team with me bringing it down, I would have bet was about 55, because high performance compute stuff, the C and it's C and Fortran that they use, it's massively. Like going out of, I don't want to say going out of style, but it's just like not as many people working on it. So, oh wow, great grandpa took pension for 63 years from Bell, so he was there when Bell divested in 82, right? Ma Bell getting broke up into the 13 regional Bell operating companies, RBOX, and then the RBOX have been slowly absorbing themselves back. I think there's only like 4 or 5 of them right now. And then they're going to be divested again one day. Who knows? Interesting times we live in, right? Oh, wow, Chris. Yeah, that's wild. More than twice as long as he worked there. Yeah, Miss Sapphire. It's mostly Cisco Mellanox, yeah. So I would tell you that it's a lot like flavors of Linux, Miss Sapphire. In that, so the question was, it's mostly Cisco and Mellanox. What about Brocade? I'm going to tell you, it's like this, right? Networking, much like Linux, has not, and much like Linux as a POSIX style operating system, has not changed much in the last 50 years. Oh, sure, things have been added. But TCP/IP was released in the late 70s and is still the standard, right? Where I'm going with that is this. If you learn how to program a Cisco switch, 85 to 90% of the commands are exactly the same on the other system, or they're so close that you could draw yourself in with the proper use of like a /? or a help command, that you would, by understanding the base networking, the system, I don't want to say that the delivery system becomes irrelevant, but it becomes less relevant, if that kind of makes sense. So what I'm saying with that, Miss Sapphire, is I've worked on Cisco I got my CCNA in 2002, right? So I've been doing Cisco now for 25 years, because I was doing it before I got the CCNA. And I am confident right now, if you put me on any Brocade switch, and I haven't been on a Brocade switch probably since 2010, I'd be willing to bet you I could program that switch to any spec. This isn't like some Chad thing that I'm trying to like brag about. I'm just saying you could take literally any network engineer or network admin and they would be able to tell you this. Because the commands, you can fumble around with the commands for a few minutes and ask the questions on the command line, but they all look exactly the same, as my point. It's very similar to, I don't know, like right now off the top of my head, I couldn't do Ubuntu networking. But if you dropped me in an Ubuntu box and said, Scott, get this network up, I'd have it up for you in a few minutes. I'd have to go read some stuff. I'd probably have to go check some blog posts, but I guarantee you I'd get it up and running because I understand the base concepts of it, and the Linux side of it's easy. So where I'm going with that is you don't have to worry so much about like, okay, I got all my Cisco, my Mellanox, and my Brocade commands ready. No. You understand, like it's almost like you know how to bake a cake, so you can walk into any commercial kitchen and bake a cake. It's not really that big of a deal that you don't know. I mean, look, hopefully they're not measuring their kitchen, in kelvins, and you're like, oh shit, what's the Kelvin conversion for 100 and or 350 degrees? What is that, like 900 Kelvin or something? And then you're trying to figure that out. That would be a problem, obviously, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. Yeah, he retired in the 60s, though. Jeez, retired in the 60s, man. That is a good long pension, though. So that's good. Kolkus said, learning one tool makes it easier to learn others for a similar purpose. I found that to be true. Yeah. 100%. Like I tell you guys, if you come to me and you say, Scott, I do 0 Linux right now, I would say, okay, let's get you at a command prompt. And I'd drop you in Killer Coda with like a little lunch pail, and I'd come check on you in a few hours. And if you're still just going through stuff, I'd be like, there you go. And after a few weeks, then I would start showing you the job, right? But like the technology is like the most important part there. If you're like, well, Scott, I've been doing Linux for 5 years at home, I'd be like, all right, I don't have to show you ls, pwd, and cd. Like, I know you know how to do those things. What I would need to show you is what the job entails. So sit down over here and start like looking at all these job tickets, and these are the problems that happen in an environment. And oh yeah, we have to install things sometimes. We have to rectify things. We got to make documentation of it. That's a big part of it, right? We can't just go change things willy-nilly. So yeah, there's all these kind of things that I guess like I would start to advise people. I would advise people differently. If you said you were at 0, I would start you off with just getting your hands on it. If you were at like 75, I would try to reel you in towards like doing the job. Or even if like, let's say that was 50%. Like, the Linux side of it front and back. You've built 100 servers, but you've never done it for a company. Well, let's come talk about the value you add to a company. Where do we make our money? So yeah, spanning tree and then rapid spanning tree. And then there's like 3 other versions of spanning tree that came off of RSTP, which is rapid spanning tree, that I don't even really know. There's a proprietary Cisco one that I know of. I'd have to go look up the names, but so for spanning tree protocol, yeah. Because once we wanted to get into redundant switches, if we don't have a hierarchy of MAC, then, how are we going to make sure there's no loops? Well, there is a way. So, yeah, it's fun. But spanning tree takes too long to converge. 90 seconds is too long in today's modern networks. So that's why rapid spanning tree, which can do it in about 6 seconds, convergence. If you guys ever hear me use the word convergence, I'm an old networking guy. I will always mean when all the devices or all the network devices see the network the same way. That's always what I mean by convergence. The way I think of convergence in any network or any system is like if you threw a rock in a pond And you know those ripples? When it goes back to chillin', when everything's cool and the calm and the ripples are all gone, that's network convergence. Because what happens is when there's a change in a network or a change in systems, everything starts flipping out and messages going everywhere. And when everything chills back down and all the systems see themselves correctly, that's what we call convergence, right? So that's what you guys will hear me say. If you guys ever hear me talk convergence, that's that. Miss Sapphire, also, have you ever been, I've got a network primer. Well, it's just the one video, but I do have a little network primer. I do need to redo it over on the YouTube side one of these days. Man, I just got this one last thing my stupid guys need to do over here. I got this one last little thing in this game that I need, but my guy's not finding what he needs. Let's go all the way up to 15. All right. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, it's a lot like Ubuntu and Rocky. Yeah, if you can do Ubuntu, if you tell me, hey, I've been running Ubuntu at home for the last 2 years, I want to get into the industry, and I go, okay, well, Ubuntu's accepted in the industry, but it's not as big. Let's get you doing some Rocky. I would show you some Rocky. We'd probably focus on networking, security, package stuff, right? Those kind of things that are different. And then I would also show you, like, if you're not like doing stuff in the industry yet, I would show you all the stuff from our Linux course, which is like the, you know, how do we triage incidents? How does the work come in with trouble tickets? How does, you know, just all these things. How do we, you know, look at systems as a component of uptime? Like I always talk about how everything is based on your uptime, right? For an operations team, the most important metric you'll always run into is uptime, right? So that kind of stuff. All right. Let's watch my little guy run around and kill stuff for a little bit. He's almost done. He's almost done. Adverk, about that Red Book and Primer video, where do I practice? So if you want to practice networking, hold on. If you want to practice networking and you don't have a device, you go to GNS3. This is where you can download and run your own environments for free. If you need Linux, you go to Killer Coda. That's a free site for labs. So this is free. Killer Coda here is free Linux, and GNS3 is free networking training. You could, well, if you got Packet Tracer, use Packet Tracer. But what you need to do, though, and if you're asking me like, well, what do I need to do? What you need to do is this. If you have zero or if you got zero in networking, this is what you got to do. This is going to be bright for a second. You go here to like the Cisco learning, and you go to the network fundamentals, and you look at all of these components and say, can I do all of these things? And if not, how do I bridge that gap? Here's the 6 areas that Cisco says you need to know to be good at networking. Do I understand these things? No, I need to go study. Do I understand these things? No, I need to go study. And there's labs. Like there are literally labs all over inside of GNS that you can go and find, you know, you can even write your own labs if you want on all of those topics. So that's what I would go spend my time doing if it were me. If I were doing it again. Obviously I did schooling while I was in the Army, so I went to, you know, night school basically and learned all that. Mile, I wouldn't say Rocky is necessarily the way for beginners. I would just say Rocky is close enough to Red Hat Linux, and Red Hat Linux probably has, like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, what we call RHEL, is probably the biggest. It's definitely the biggest, not probably the biggest. It's definitely the biggest market for doing Linux professionally. Any of the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So Rocky is a binary compatible version with it. So that tends to be what I would tell you to go study and get used to a little. So there you go. Go see if I can finish this my little pet here. Blue is almost done. He's got one more little thing. We gotta go check on Ranger. He's down there coughing. What's he doing? I just heard him come in. I don't know where he is though. Yeah, Alma's fine. The only reason, so I run Alma in the home lab a little bit, but the reason I did everything Rocky in our final lab build out is because CIQ runs Rocky. CIQ is a company that supports Rocky Linux, and they also are the ones that support Werewolf. So since I do so much Werewolf builds, and that's where WEREWULF is how that's spelled for the purposes of this. That's how everything's done in our home lab. That's how I build. I've built about, I've been telling you guys, I probably built in the last year about 10 to maybe 11,000 nodes of government systems, and probably, I guess it would probably be in somewhere between like 7 or 8 clusters, and those clusters are all running Werewolf. So all the new deploys I've been building coming out of like Dell contracts and stuff like that have been Werewolf and Rocky. So yeah, I don't see Alma being run well, because I don't think Alma has a support. Like, so when you look at like Rocky Linux, right? When you look at RHEL, right, or Ubuntu, why were they allowed in government systems? It's because we have somebody to go and, you know, send trouble tickets to, and we have a support contract that we can have, and that's how Rocky Linux is now. CIQ does have a support structure for them, so then we could go do that. Ms. Sapphire said, I just want to have a good grasp on this stuff, so when it comes to setting up or troubleshooting, I have a little advantage. Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Sapphire, that's what we do a lot of times as admins and engineers, is we learn how to set things up. We run into the problems. We document those, or either in our head, but that's, you know, our head is not as great as writing it down. And then we keep our notes so that when we go to build it again or build it professionally for a company, when something comes up, we say, I've seen that, and here are our decisions around what we want to do. And then the better we know that and the better we can articulate that, the better the company will make the decisions. We don't have to make the decisions. We're the engineers. We're going to build it. Kithrill said Alma is being used by CERN, so it's becoming used in data science now. That's interesting. I mean, I'm not sure. What is CERN? I know that acronym, but I'm trying to think of who that is. So, if CERN is government, I'm going to be very interested in who's backing Alma, because you have to be able to get support for Alma. So who's backing it, right? All right. So there's a company. You see this? So there's a company, TuxCare, whoever this is. I don't know them, but they are running the back, because as soon as you said like that, and as soon as I saw that this was government, it has. I'm just telling you guys, I've worked on enough government projects in my life to know that you cannot have anything on a government system that doesn't go somewhere. It's a U.S. government. I guess other governments could be different, but for U.S., yeah. So here we go. So TuxCare is a division of Cloud Linux and is sponsor of the Alma project. So that's where you get your support if you're going to do that. Interesting. And who's the Japan-based Alma Linux users? Okay. Produced Miracle Linux for nearly 20 years. Okay. So there's a support chain for that, and then you just need to make sure that there's that. And CERN is not in the U.S., is it? CERN must not be something. Okay. So my guy is done with all of that. So now I just need to, it doesn't really matter where I put him now. Let's see, 8.9. That's fine. Doesn't really matter where I put this guy now, because he's really just letting my guys soak up experience now. That's all that's happening. So we can just let that spin in the background. Interesting, Kithrill. Yeah. I mean, that's cool. I just, Yeah, good old Large Hadron Collider. But that's in Europe somewhere, isn't it? I know it's international, but I'm pretty sure it's in Europe somewhere. Switzerland. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it'll be a little bit. So anytime, obviously, when you guys hear me say government stuff, I mean U.S. government. Just so you guys know. If you guys ever hear me say any of that stuff, I'm always talking U.S. government. I've never worked with any other government aside from as internal to the U.S. So so I've never done anything as a to the different government. I could say that unequivocally, unless it was exactly in the duties of being with the federal government. So I can say that. CERN is the European Organization for Nuclear. Nice. Yeah, over on the Twitch side, Chris, they're saying, Miss Sapphire said that it's CERN is the European Organization for Nuclear Research, so that's interesting. Yeah. But that's, I mean, look, they're both going to be viable. They're both going to be good. I can only ever speak to what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of Rocky going in. But it looks like as long as there's a support contract that you can have, I know you can use those things for U.S. government type things. So, but I'll tell you, Rocky for sure is a nice clustering tool. Rocky works well. So it works. I mean, that's what we do for all of our stuff. What I say, Rocky? Werewolf with Rocky. So Werewolf is how we run all of our clustering and our nodes and stuff. Nice. Let me look up. Do we have Rocky? See if we have the werewolf packages, containers. I don't know if we have werewolf Rocky. Here's the werewolf node images. Let me see if here's their GitHub container. So here's what's published, by the way, on the werewolf. So it does look like I could run Alma Linux inside of. So this is Rocky Linux. Obviously, they've got Debian if we want to do Debian. Leap and Tumbleweed are versions of SUSE, right? SUSE, which is a German, and then SLES, right? And SLES is actually a big government one as well. We could run CentOS, but that's not really supported anymore. And then it looks like we've got Alma Linux as well. So we could run any of these inside of it. I've never run any of those other ones, but Rocky Linux and so if we wanted to make some of our labs based on some of these other OSs, we could. So SUSE is just a German version of the Linux kernel, and what you'll hear is SLES, which is SUSE Linux Enterprise Server, and it's the guy named it after his daughter, so it's a German name. I can never say the name right. It's like SUSE or SUSE, but then we call it SLES, SLES, which is SUSE Linux Enterprise Service. Yeah, I would agree. And also, the other thing about SUSE or SLES is that they've got one of the funniest name things. I love their tool. They've got a tool called Yast and Yast 2. So does anybody want to know? Does anybody want to guess or go look up what Yast means? I love Yast. And Yast 2 is the one that I used to use like 15 years ago. So I guess it's probably Yast 2 or further. But the acronym has its name in the acronym, so that's already funny. Because you can't have recursive acronyms, because then you just never can stop saying them. But does anybody know what that stands for? You can look it up if you want. Yeah, if you want to go look it up, it's funny. It's also a GUI, so I don't typically use GUIs, right? I've told you guys that, but it is funny that it was there, and that's GUI for GUI. You guys can say it if you want. I think people will appreciate it if you type it in, but it's funny. I think even with the delay, I've given enough time. It is the yet another setup tool. Yep. Oh, okay, sorry, it doesn't have it. So I thought it was Yast as another setup tool. Yeah, it's yet another setup tool. That's what Yast means. Yep. Isn't that funny? I just think that's a funny little play on like not being too serious. Very creatively named. Yeah, and then Yast 2 is what I used to use. So yeah, yet another setup tool. Love it. Gotta love it, guys. I had a when I was in basic training in '99, right? 1999. Tell us more about the 1900s, Grandpa. In 1999, I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, to learn infantry stuff. Turns out infantry stuff's real simple. Point a rifle, hit your target. But hold on, I had this drill sergeant that used to always say, "You love it or you hate it, private." And I always like that because it's like, you love it or you hate it, but you got to do it anyways. So, oh, the puns, yeah. We have a bot in the Discord that if you ask it questions, it'll respond to you as an old Unix admin. So, that was written by Fisherman Guy Bro. The Fisherman Guy bot, if you do an exclamation mark ask in our Discord, it'll just tell you bullshit. It's actually kind of funny how it works. All right, so we've got these things slowly scrolling up. And I thought we were done with the game, but then they opened up more stuff for me to try to pass. So we got to leave it on the summoner though, because this character gets the most XP because he can have 5 active summons. So I got to leave him up as my active one. So yeah, maybe we'll do that as part of the like a future little stream here where we'll pull down one of those current containers and add it into our werewolf, and then you guys can have it. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, this is kind of the goal, is just have like a little thing where we can hang out and do, like, I'm working in a different window. I'm working on stuff, but you know, it's just kind of like a co-working stream where we can hang out and you guys can hang out or show other people that there's a Discord out there for them to come and learn about Linux and systems and stuff. Yeah, this is the goal. Get you guys doing this stuff, showing other people around as you guys become the more senior people around here. Yep. I'm getting engrossed in the game over here. If you guys don't know what's going on, that's just an idle game that's just playing. It's basically playing itself over there on the right. I'm not even touching it. It's just beating the crap out of things. My guy's got 5 little summoned creatures that are running around shooting fireballs and just causing problems for everybody. So it's highly amusing to me. But you can't really, like, even I can't track what's going on anymore. There's too much going on. So it's just a fun little time waster game that's doing whatever. So in case anybody's wondering, they're like, what the hell's going on over there? Just a big old mess of death for the monsters. That's all it is. Yeah, it's a fun little. What I did was I looked on Steam last week. I was like, oh, I want a little idle time waster, but I don't want one that's asking me for money, so I'm gonna pay him up front. And this game was like $9.99 or something. And I have gotten, if we called, 100 hours worth of fun out of it the last few days, I'd say that I definitely got my $10 worth out of it. Yeah, it's too much going on over there. But it's kind of funny. I could turn off. So if I didn't want to see certain effects, I can turn them off across the bottom. So like if I got tired of seeing all these effects, I could turn them all off. And then we wouldn't see them on the ground anymore around me. But we would still see all the monster effects. I'm fine with seeing those. So let's turn all these back on too. But it just makes messes everywhere. It's kind of funny. All right. So We got all of our guys completely maxed. All of our equipment is completely maxed. Our points in this area are not completely maxed, but it's just because I was trying to beat it, so I kind of went a different way than I normally do. Now I got to go find all these. All right. All right, so we just let that game run over there. Actually, I can turn off the UI too. This is actually one of my favorite things. You just turn off the UI and watch the game without any of the actual damage or any of that stuff going. You can just watch the game if you want, which I thought was a fun little thing that they added. Just hang out and do whatever. It's actually funny. It seems to me like that. Oh, it is still running over there. Okay. So we got the Linux Sysadmin course. We got the Linux Security Engineering course. If you guys don't know, those are free down in the Discord. We've never charged anything for them. They are in week 4 though, so they're kind of far along. But it doesn't stop anybody from getting involved if they want. What other projects? We got people down there writing the books. We got people down there hanging out and doing all kinds of stuff. So there's all kinds of good stuff going on in the systems world. So yeah, all kinds of good stuff. People are adding to the security questions, which I like when the discussions are moving. It's always good. Different types of jailing users. Yep, always good talks going on down there. And I just find that there's like good stuff that you guys can read about what other people are working on. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just talking while I look around on the screen. So what else do we got? We've got monitoring. So you guys are kind of, if you're watching the top right, that's my Linux environment monitoring. On the bottom left, you're seeing kind of our Grafana monitoring and some of the other stuff going on. And it's just kind of flipping through different stuff that I find interesting. Sewage exploded in my ceiling a couple weeks ago. That's no good. Was it from like an upstairs neighbor, or was it like sewage in your own home? I don't know. I can never assume where somebody lives. Some people, depending on what city you live in the world, you may have an upstairs neighbor your whole life, right? Because you might live in an apartment. Some people, like me, I live in a little bit more sprawling area of outside of Phoenix, right? It's in Phoenix proper, but we call it Glendale because it's like its own little town. Actually, most people probably have seen video of my town in the last 10 years more than maybe any other smaller town around, because here's the thing. Here's how you all know Glendale, Arizona. This is where the Super Bowl's been held 3 times in the last 15 years, because this is where the arena is out here in Phoenix. And then, so if you guys have ever heard like, oh, the Glendale, or the Glendale Arena, and it looks like a freaking toaster, that's it. And they were trying to make it look like a barrel cactus, and they failed. That's one. And then the other one is, if you, this is one my wife loves. This, she went to my wife likes Taylor Swift. So if you guys know who Taylor Swift is. She kicked off her tour a couple years ago out here in Glendale, and they renamed our town Swiftville. I thought that was one of the silliest things I'd ever heard. But she kicked off her tour a few years back here in Arizona. She started in Glendale at one of the big arenas out here. No, I don't think it was the Cardinals arena. I think it was the Coyotes arena, which is now, I don't even know what the arena is anymore because the Coyotes left or are leaving. I think they're going to Utah now, so I don't really know. I don't pay that much attention to what's going on with all that stuff. I just know that that's in my town. So, I used to go down there every now and then because that was kind of a fun place to hang out. Now there's too many shootings down there, so I don't really go to that part of town as much anymore. So. Oh, yeah, Chris Jackson, that's no good. If your upstairs neighbor blew something up, Yeah, sewage. As long as it didn't get on your systems, and then, man, I can't even imagine the having to try to keep it from damaging everything. That doesn't sound like fun. Yeah, as long as it doesn't get on your shit. Yeah, well, I mean, as long as it's not, not in your bed and on your Linux boxes. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. I gotta check some emails. Atlassian always sending me emails. Don't care about them. Mission. Oh, nice. They accepted my application, so now I'm officially starting my PhD in May. That's good. List of courses and transfer. Okay, good. I need to now review all that stuff. So, guys, we're gonna start it up probably this Sunday. Then I'm gonna start putting down an official. There'll be an official like meeting time in the Discord where we're gonna do. If people want to get involved in academic stuff, and you might say, well, what's academic? How's that? Like, do I have to have a degree for that? Not necessarily. You guys can actually. So, is it beneficial to have a degree? Probably, if you want to be like a primary researcher on stuff. Could you research stuff without a degree? Absolutely. There's nothing that says you have to have a degree to research stuff. A lot of times, though, for publications, you guys got to understand there is that kind of pedantry in life where people want to. Academia is like the worst for it, and you guys got to remember, I've been a college professor for a long time. I see it all the time with basically it's the South Park did it best with everybody sitting around smelling their own farts. Basically talking about how great they are and stuff. And I don't know if any of you remember that. That's so old. But where I'm going with that is shoot, I don't even know what I was thinking about there. Oh, yeah. But so I'm starting in that program, and then we're gonna do our own research of things and reading about stuff, and people that want to get involved with that and kind of see what that looks like. Again, you don't necessarily need to be any kind of status from a college perspective, but it does help for publishing. But you can, be a published. Like people think, oh, I need a degree to get published. No, you don't. You can technically be published without, especially even in trade journals and stuff. And that's one thing that I think would be nice to have some of us doing in our Linux group is, especially as I'm finishing up the PhD, is getting let's get us in some publications. I think that would be kind of cool. That might also attract some more people to come and hang out and do Linux with us. So. Oh, there was definitely some stuff falling out of the sky in one corner. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think a big part of it, Miss Sapphire, will be starting people out with learning how to read research. There's a whole process to how we read things, and some of you guys know scholar.google exists where you can actually just go read, almost everything out there. But then what's of value to read? What do we want to actually use? And then probably I'll show you guys how I set up and do my research with like Zotero, which I think is this awesome note-taking tool somebody recommended to me. I don't even know who originally showed me Zotero, but that is such an awesome tool. Yeah, Chris Jackson, that's exactly right. The lead author almost always needs a PhD of some type, 100%. Which is one of the reasons I think some of you guys know I'm really just, as far as like getting the PhD, it's just a checkbox for me. It's really just a side quest for me at this point. I could continue being a college professor for the rest of my career and never get a degree, the advanced degree. But I do like I don't ever like to speak about things from like a place of not knowing. So like I can't tell anybody if they should or shouldn't get a PhD yet because I don't have one. Once I have one, I'll be able to speak, and it'll be anecdotal, but I'll be able to speak to it from a place of knowledge if that kind of makes sense. Just like when I talk about like, hey, training engineers for stuff. I've been training engineers at the college level for 16 years, so I feel comfortable telling people what an engineer needs to know and do. I've also been an engineer for 22 years, right? So I think that like, and also I think I've seen a lot of people be successful without a college degree, and I've seen people be successful with them. So I don't think you need a college degree to be successful. But that being said, I wouldn't tell somebody that unless I had both, if that kind of makes sense. Like I learned Linux in the wild, but I also have a bunch of degrees. So, like, I think that anything positive is good on a resume as well. So, anyways, all that to say, I'm getting the degree, getting that crap knocked out. And if people want to work on academic stuff with me, you guys can. I'll be doing it. I work on it during the week, but I'll also be working on it on Sunday nights officially. I talked to the wife about it. I'm like, Sunday nights are going to be my study nights. And she's like, that's fine with me. So I'm like, all right. And she can still sit in here while I'm doing that. Like, she'll still sit in here and hang out with me in my office. She's got a big beanbag chair in the corner. I should take a picture of that for you guys so you guys can see how big this beanbag chair is. It's pretty big. And maybe I'll post some pictures later for you guys so you guys can see the new office. So. Yeah, Chris, that's true. Secondary authors usually get by on strength of lead. One of the nice things is the place that we would probably publish, especially since a lot of our stuff deals with Linux and security, is IEEE type publications. And IEEE publications, if you look at some of their conferences and publications, it's I don't want to say it's not as rigorous, but it's definitely, it would still be peer reviewed, but it would at least be something that I think the technical merit stands on its own more than just, whatever your degree is, if that makes sense, kind of. So. Yeah. I'll plug the whole office in here later, Miss Sapphire. I have some pictures of it, but I'll take some more pictures of it here as it's kind of been set up. So, what's our time at? Man, we're going at almost 4 hours again. I've been talking for a long time. Yeah, Chris, I think that's true. Yeah, it's definitely worth your experience. Yeah, because I had a project idea early on in my doctorate that I was originally working on, where I was going to do this thing called dungeoning, and we might still do dungeoning. I think if I get some guys fired up about it again, we'll start doing that, where basically we just let everybody in and then we just see what they try to do on the systems, and we just start to enumerate and track what all the bots are doing. And I think that would be kind of a fun thing to do. But it would require us to do a little more setup of our monitoring and a little more setup. We'd probably have to air gap some things off a little bit. And but would it be funny? Oh, yeah. And would it be maybe useful? Probably as well. So. Absolutely. So. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, I'll make you a deal. If you drop the other stuff up, and your networking questions up there, I'll also drop. That'll remind me later to drop the lab stuff up. So if you drop the diagrams that you were asking about, if you drop that in the networking channel, that'll remind me later to drop the office stuff up there, and that'll be good. I think that'll be good because that'll. I also think anytime you guys interact with the Discord, I think it's good because it gets other people looking at it and thinking about this stuff, which I think is super important. So, yeah. But let's look at this. What else do we have here? I don't really have anything else super important to show you guys. Mainly, I just hop on, show you guys that we've got Discord, we've got the 2 books that everybody's been working on. I think you guys know this. I wrote the material for these books, but I didn't write these books. These books are, the community completely wrote these. Like Colchis and some of these other guys, Colchis and Treasure, they wrote all this stuff. So just so you guys know, like look at Ranger Dog. they wrote all this. So these books are free. I'm gonna link these to you guys too, so you guys have them. They don't, like, when I say they're free, I mean they don't cost anything. Hey Netway, how's it going? A scoot. Yeah. Here's the other one. You guys can use these. They're still getting worked on, so there's still some changes to them. But you guys can actually download those too. There's a print PDF that you can do right here on these if you want. Oops, you can go right here. You can just say print. You can print that right to a PDF as a book if you wanted. So, like, and when I say print, I mean you can store it as your own PDF. Although, again, remember, it's getting updated, so you might get a better version if you wait. This one's pretty much done. They're still playing with it. This one we're building as we go, so this one's only up to Unit 4 right now. But it's got, it shows you how to get in, shows you the system. And, it's the best price around, free 99. Free 99, best free, Free. It's not $3.99. Geez, that's not a great price. It's free, Free 99, which is one of the best prices around. So anyways, come in there. And again, these guys are still building these, so you can go in there and talk with those people that are making these and see, like, hey, what's the haps? What do you guys need? What do you want to work on? And they're putting contributors' names on those too. So they're not there yet because I know the guys are still working on them. But one day they're going to put that up there. Yeah. So, yeah, and as Kolkus just said, there's work if you want to contribute. You guys want to get in there and you want to, yeah. Can't beat free. Yeah. Look at that. That's like Ranger. Ranger lives down there for free. Look at him. Dog's got his own. He's got 3 beds and a carpet. 3 beds and a carpet. Because that bed that he's laying on there is like the most disappointing thing ever. Some of you guys remember I ordered it from a thing that popped up on Facebook, and I was like, all right, we'll go see. I'll get the biggest one. It wasn't very big. This is his bigger bed, and it barely fits. I mean, you could almost put 2 of these beds on it. But anyways, so we just laid on top of the other bed, and then he loves it. He's just been sitting on there. Netwit, you said you've been working a lot on firewalls, and I'm seeing Linux had to come back to Prolog. Well, you're always welcome. I tell you guys all the time, hang out. We don't take attendance, so if people leave and come back, it doesn't hurt our feelings too much. You're always welcome to kind of hang out. But yeah. So that's why I tell people too, the Discord's so useful is because, like, I'm only streaming so often, right? Like sometimes I don't get on, sometimes I'm on vacation or something, so I don't stream. And then, but with Discord, you can always be kind of connected to a group of people that are doing this stuff. I don't charge anything for Discord either. You guys can ask. We got people that have been in Discord all 6 years we've been going. I've never charged you guys nothing to hang out, right? Like I think there's some thing in Discord where you can charge people, but I don't. In fact, there's only 2 things around that I ever charge for. That little Do All the Linux site has some stuff you can go buy, and then there's a book that if you can find it on LeanPub, you can buy the book. Everything else, those 2 books are free. Watching Ranger Cam, free. Looking at network monitoring, free. Building that stuff, free. So, yeah, you guys are always welcome to just hang out and kick it. Watching that stupid video game play itself is free. That stuff amuses me. But, yeah, so we'll keep working on this stuff. We'll keep getting more people doing Linux. I think it's good for engineering. Good for a career. All right, so not that I'm directly watching it, but I did just hit about 4 hours, so I'll probably drop off of here, and I will probably not be on later tonight. I might be on later for a little bit, but I'm going to be prepping a lot for the Saturday courses. We're pretty much on most of the day Saturday, and then Saturday night we're doing interviews. If anybody wants to hop in and practice for 10 minutes on an interview, I'll ask you questions that you haven't heard. I will ask you, there's 4 different types of questions that I ask. There's technical questions, there's troubleshooting questions, there's operational questions, which operations is slightly different than technical, or slightly different than technical and slightly different than troubleshooting. And then I ask personality fit type questions. So if you've never thought about some of those things or thought about some of the answers you might run into, that's a good thing to come see. Come see what other people say about their experiences and stuff. It's kind of good. So Yeah. Thanks, Netwit. You guys are, and it's funny. This thing doesn't know what to call you, and it thinks I'm saying nitwit, so it thinks I'm being mean. But no, I was saying netwit. But hopefully, yeah, this stuff is good for you guys and useful. So let's go find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side. Maybe there's somebody doing something fun, and we will. Yeah, we'll be back around. I'm always down in the Discord. I'll post some stuff later, I'm sure. I'm always down there doing something. So let's go find somebody to raid. What channels are up? Actually, if one of these guys is on still, we're going to go raid him. Nope, he already left. Shoot. Where'd he go? All right, we're going to go raid Rossberger then. Guys, Rossberger's a little bit different energy, but he's still fun. I appreciate you guys all coming by, and I will see most of you again later on this week. All right, take care.